I want to welcome all of you to this 40th anniversary celebration and a look forward for the Center for International Security and Cooperation. 40 years ago, this site was the Galvez House, seen here, a ramshackle building that was filled with scholars and practitioners dealing with what was largely then Soviet-American arms control and then Chinese and American nuclear security issues. It was a long-standing teaching program. Here you have a group of undergraduates who had just negotiated an arms control agreement in a simulation between the Soviet Union and the United States, celebrating the success. And then 40 years ago, with a gift from the Ford Foundation that was matched by the university, the teaching and research program became officially a center and was endowed. And here is a photograph of the founders, the co-directors John Lewis and Sid Drell, one of our first fellows, Condi Rice, and one of our affiliates, later co-director and leader, Bill Perry, announcing that we now had an official center. It's 40 years later, and we gathered together a group of advisors to say, how should we celebrate this? And they said, well, you should celebrate it, but you should also spend most of your time looking forward, and that's what we're going to do. So we've created panels that people will be speaking shortly, but the motto is that anybody in this room could have been on any one of the panels, because we have a group of experts who have lots of sage comments, and we'll be asking questions, making comments from the floor throughout. I've been asked to model the way we're going to do self-introductions. We're going to keep them brief. The main speakers' bios are there, but we want everyone, when they ask a question or make a comment, to do the following: to say who you are, what your current affiliation is, and then have just a 1 or 2 sentence description of your connection to CISAC. So I'm Scott Sagan, professor of political science, senior fellow at FSI, the Freedom Spogli Institute, and co-director of CISAC. I came to Stanford in 1987. I was an assistant professor of political science without an affiliation at CISAC. And over the course of the first 2 years, I discovered I really liked CISAC seminars a lot more than I liked the political science seminars. And I liked the colleagues that I was meeting and the interdisciplinary quality of the seminars. I was being stretched in different ways. So in a controversial move, I moved my office from political science to CISAC and never moved back. So that's my story. I'm going to turn it over to Rod Ewing, the other co-director.
So, good morning. I'm Rod Ewing. I'm the other co-director at CISAC. Professor in Earth and Planetary Sciences in the new school, the Stanford Doerr School of Sustainability. I'll say it this way. A little over 10 years ago, I came to CISAC on a sabbatical, and it was exciting. I had never met such a disciplinary, diverse group of people, some famous, that I was surprised that I could meet so easily. Others less so, but always brilliant and exciting. And so at the time, and I'm confessing something I've never told anyone, I thought, gosh, you know, if I can just retire from the University of Michigan, if they would just every once in a while let me come here and give me a desk, that would be the good life. Well, there was an even better life. I was able to come to Stanford as a faculty member and as a senior fellow at FSI. And I've never regretted it. It's been a very exciting time for me, and every day I learn something new. So it falls to me and I'm pleased to do this, to first recognize the CISAC staff who have been working for months on putting this meeting together. And so let me just call them out by name. They're scattered around. Kelly Remus is back in the corner there. Kate Turvey, probably out at the front desk, or there. Tracy Hines, walking beside her. Gabby Imani, out front probably. And then Kathy Liu, who was at the front desk. So let's give all of the staff a round of applause. Also want to acknowledge the advisory committee that helped us design this meeting, and as Scott has said, advised us to look forward, not to spend too much time remembering the good old days, although the good old days seem to have been pretty good. And so the co-chairs of the advisory committee are Scott Blacker and Gloria Duffy. And so we thank them very much for their advice, and you'll hear from next, Jeff, yeah.
Good morning, everyone. That's good. Good morning. Excellent. Great. So it's my happy job to, I don't know if it's my job, it's my pleasure to spend a few moments on this august occasion talking about CISAC a little bit. But mostly, what I'm thrilled to do as I stand before you is to welcome home 40 years plus of CISACers. So delighted to have you all here back in one room. And thank you to Scott and to Rod and to the staff who did, as Rod said, just a great job in organizing this and wrestling the beast to the mat. So Scott's right. I think one of the first things that both Glo and I said was, don't spend too much talking about the past. Don't spend too much time on that. You know, this is about the future. So let's, panel should reflect. Well, guess what I'm going to talk about? I'm going to spend a couple of moments talking about the birth, actually the pre-birth, to make a point that I've been thinking a lot about. Scott and I talked about this last night a little bit. It's the role of contingency. And if you think of a telescope and you turn it around so that you look back through it, one of the things that you learn is if you change a piece of the action along the way, of course, the outcome is very different. So what I want to do actually is talk about, I should say, sorry. Scott, you arrived in 87, right? I arrived in 77. Yes, do the math. So I predate the creation of CISAC by 6 years, I guess. And I was only supposed to be here for a year. I was the first year of Arms Control Program postdocs, but it didn't turn out that I ever left. So my talk about contingent outcomes. But what strikes me here is that I am reminded, as in all institutional stories, or most, that the creation of CISAC in the late 1970s was anything but a sure thing. And I want to talk very briefly about two near-death experiences in the history of arms control and international security studies at Stanford. So the first such experience was with the Ford Foundation in the late 1970s. Specifically the negotiations to establish a program endowment that Scott referred to. Ford was funding, at this point in time, 6 university-based programs, 1 non-university-based program, this is the Rand Corporation. And they had signaled their decision to get out of the business But they didn't want to leave everybody high and dry. But they didn't want to fund 6 university-based centers permanently. So they announced a competition that they would give 2 awards of endowment. 2 out of 6. As they got ready to exit the business. The program, the arms control program, had been the recipient of 2 grants prior to that. One in 1973, which was to support the development of the course. Anyone know the first year that the course was taught? Arms control and disarmament, later international security and cooperation. Academic year 1970-71, winter quarter, 1971. Think about that for a second. Even I was still in college then. So Ford said, okay, tie off grants to 2 institutions and we invite you to compete. So Professor John Lewis, who was the program's founding director and a character, told me, I'm paraphrasing him, that since the Ford Foundation hated him, the Ford Foundation didn't hate him, but that's beside the point, that I, as the freshly minted assistant director, should take the lead in our efforts to land the award. Well, why not, right? I mean, I was 28. Absolutely no experience in raising money. Sure, I'll do it. But I did know the people at the foundation because I'd been at the Harvard program before, and they came through there a lot. So the foundation did not hate him, but it was a negotiation, and I'm delighted to report that we were successful in that process. Harvard was the other survivor of that, not a big surprise. But the immediate consequence was to double the program's annual budget, double it, from $50,000 a year to $100,000 a year. Think about that. To the princely sum of $100,000, which ensured, at least for a while, the program's continued operation. Second episode was in the early 1980s, and a senior member of the Stanford faculty who was on his way to Washington, it's 1981, to assume a position of considerable responsibility in the national security effort. And he invited me to lunch at the faculty club, and I thought, well, that's kind of weird. I don't really know this guy very well. But sure, why not? If he wants to have lunch at the faculty club, that's great. But we were not close. Turns out the purpose of the lunch was so that he could tell me that I should start looking for a new job. Because in his words, arms control is over. The manly men, not his phrase, mine, the manly men were back in charge in DC, and there would be, and I'm paraphrasing, no more negotiations with the Soviet Union to limit nuclear weapons. In fact, he told me that the US was going to expand its nuclear arsenal significantly, and in that process, bankrupt the Soviet Union. Well, the Soviet Union went bankrupt, but in my judgment, for another purpose. Now, ironically, it was the reaction of, among others, some of the largest foundations in the United States to the policies of the early Reagan administration that unleashed a tidal wave of new resources in support of efforts to control the use of nuclear weapons. And the nascent center here was on the receiving end of that munificence, including quite substantial grants from the Carnegie Corporation of New York, the MacArthur Foundation, Weingart Foundation. There was a whole series of them, which enabled the center to launch with money in the bank. So this is a true story, as they say. So talk about the law of unintended consequences, right? I mean, exactly the opposite purpose of what the administration was hoping for. Given the above, it gives me special pleasure to join in welcoming all of you here today to this celebration. In light of the center's complex origin story and, of course, its subsequent success, which I regard as testaments to all of the faculty who have held the reins at CISAC, and we'll talk a little bit more about that at noon, to the center's extraordinary collection of students and fellows, many of whom I see here, without whom, if you think about it, none of this effort would have made much sense. And finally, to the university's leadership, which created the conditions under which CISAC and many, many other centers like CISAC, interdisciplinary in character, made it possible for them to grow and thrive. So thanks to all of you. Enjoy the day, and it's my pleasure to invite Gloria Duffy, my dear colleague and friend, to the podium. Oh, and I brought a prop. Blacker and Duffy, Blacker and Duffy.
In person.
Do you know this was 40 years ago?
It's, someone should update it,
Yeah.
not us. Thank you, my dear friend Chip. And I'm so happy to hear that founding story about CISAC, which I had not heard before. Congratulations on making that happen. I join Chip in welcoming you to this momentous occasion, celebrating 4 decades of CISAC's contributions to keeping us safe in a very dangerous world through education, scholarship, training, professional development, policy advice, and so many other forms of service. It's so wonderful to see the many generations of those who have made CISAC such an important resource. And I'm so happy to see so many cherished colleagues and friends, including friends from undergraduate college and government service and all over. I'm going to try to stay with this, we're relentlessly future-focused. It is hard to avoid stepping back into some stories. I will tell a couple. I just want to say personally that CISAC has been my intellectual and professional home for more than those 40 years. Since I first came as a fellow at Chip's invitation in 1980, one of 4 female fellows, or fellowettes, as our wonderful late colleague Jan Nolan dubbed us, all recruited by Chip. And so, by the way, those who think that inclusion is a new idea, Chip was practicing that way back then and made a real effort to recruit colleagues who were excellent in his view, but female also. CISAC has been, I've been associated with many institutions and fabulous ones. The Rand Corporation, Occidental College, Columbia, Carnegie Endowment, Arms Control Association, the Department of Defense, Plowshares Fund. But this has been the most important association of my professional life, and I'm so grateful for the support and enrichment from CISAC all through the years as I have come and gone and had various adventures, as so many of you have had, out in the world. I've had several periods of time in residence here, often after having been out doing something else, an adventure, creating something, or trying to move things in a certain direction in our field. But this has been the constant place where I could return for professional networks, enrichment, further development of my knowledge, colleagueship with a group of trusted and cherished colleagues. The expertise at CISAC is something I have drawn on personally wherever I've been and whatever I've been doing. I won't say too much about that, but when a certain item was found in a test tunnel in a former Soviet nuclear weapons test site, who did I call to ask advice about what to do with that? That was Sid Drell. And there have always been willing and glad assistance and advice, such a wonderful pool of knowledge and talent at CISAC over the years. A couple of stories, images of the past. When Galvez House sat on this site, the Stanford Band Shack was right outside. Those of you who were around at the time will remember the rather loud and sometimes somewhat obnoxious noise coming from the band shack as one was trying to think, work, make notes, prepare notes for a lecture, have a seminar or whatever. So I will always remember the noisy band shack accompanying our efforts to solve important problems like what to do about strategic missile defense and so on. And there are other lighthearted stories. I'll never forget when my mom came to visit me. She, a child of the 20s and 30s of the prior century, and she came into my office at Galvez House and said, "I just met Shirley Temple on the sidewalk outside." By then, of course, Ambassador Shirley Temple Black, who Chip and his colleagues had recruited to be part of our community at CISAC. I started at CISAC. I had rushed to Washington before finishing my PhD dissertation, before, in fact, even starting it, anxious to try to have some impact in this field, worrying ever since I was a kid about the potential for nuclear war. And a child during the Cuban Missile Crisis, I had been on a drive to try to help. Chip offered me the opportunity to come here, even though my dissertation was for Columbia, and to do the work here and have a peaceful and quiet and enriching place to work. My topic was trying to sort out the political failure of SALT II, sort of the first in the sequence of what we now see as abandonment of many of the arms control agreements due to political pressures on all sides, and such great input and such great thinking to help me sort that out. And I've continued to come back to CISAC for information and advice right up to the last couple of months when Rose and I made a presentation about the report of the Strategic Posture Commission on which she and I have been serving here at CISAC, and heard great input and great response to that. So I will stop there, just expressing my appreciation, and I know so many of you could tell the same story of the professional enrichment that has come from CISAC. Thank you to Chip, to all of those who created this marvelous institution. May it long live and play the same role for future generations that it has for my generation. Thank you. I expect we will seamlessly move into the first panel. Is that right, Scott? Okay. The future of arms control. So, panelists, here we go.
Somebody pulling up Oriana, I guess.
So let's see. We are missing Oriana.
No, she's just come up.
Oh, I am sorry. That is correct. Apologies. Okay, ready? Here we go. So it did start as the arms control program. That was what it was called before it was called CISAC. So it's highly appropriate that our first panel of the day is on the future of arms control program. Now, I will tell you that in our discussion of this panel, we started out more with a proposed topic of, is arms control dead, or does arms control have a future? But again, relentlessly positive and future-oriented, we want to talk about the future of arms control. Just a tiny bit of a framework here. For the past 40 years, we've been operating within the US-Soviet relationship and US-Russian relationship, more or less in a situation of strategic stability. The US had a secure second strike capability if you accept that definition of strategic stability. The certain situations were enshrined, US-Soviet, US-Russian parity, China more of a minimum deterrent, some proliferation, but relatively limited. That was the context in which arms control, in its traditional definition, seemed to work. And many of the agreements put into place from the 50s through the 70s and even the 80s and even beyond worked well for many years. But in more recent years, the arms control framework has been highly challenged. And again, this is not news to anyone here. There have been challenges from violations or perceptions or accusations of violations, of cheating. There have been abrogation of many agreements, virtually all agreements. And as I mentioned, where I started here at CISAC, looking at what happened to SALT II, which was negotiated and signed by the US and the Soviet Union, but then the US Senate did not ratify it, and it never had a formal ratified life. That turned out, unfortunately, to be a harbinger of things to come, as most, if not all, past arms control agreements have fallen away. And we are seeing a change in the underlying situation today. There are concerns about strategic stability, about the fundamental bipolar balance between two superpowers that created the basis for arms control through mutual deterrence. Now, China appears to be striving to reach a level of strategic forces commensurate with each of the US and Russia. It is no longer a lesser included threat, but we are looking at potentially a tripolar nuclear balance. This raises questions about stability, deterrence, and of course, arms control. And there is the question of what arms control might be able to contribute to addressing these questions of strategic stability. These are the topics our panel will address, and it's such a pleasure and honor to have three such distinguished CISAC-affiliated women here to guide our discussion. Rose Gottemoeller is a lecturer at FSI here at Stanford and a research fellow at the Hoover Institute. Before joining Stanford, Rose was Deputy Secretary General of NATO from 2016 to 2019. Prior to NATO, she served for about 5 years as Undersecretary of State for Arms Control and International Security, while Assistant Secretary of State for Arms Control Verification and Compliance. In 2009-2010, she was the chief US negotiator of the New START agreement with the Russian Federation. And I'm going to proceed through introducing all panelists and then turn to them for their comments. And Rose is going to address the question of whether we have a new arms race, what can be done to address the strategic situation among the major powers. Dr. Jane Vaynman is an assistant professor of strategic studies at the School of Advanced International Studies at Johns Hopkins. From 2022 to 24, she served as a senior advisor in the Bureau of Arms Control, Deterrence, and Stability at the US Department of State. Previously, she held appointments at the Department of Political Science at Temple University and the Elliott School of International Affairs, George Washington University. Previously a Lightning Scholar at Perry World House at the University of Pennsylvania, a Stanton Nuclear Security Fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations, and a Fulbright Fellow at the Carnegie Moscow Center. She will address the argument that the old forms of arms control are dead and we should possibly rethink the whole thing, what needs to change in our thinking, and make a few comments about emerging technologies, although I know we'll get to that in an entire other session. Oriana Mastro is a Center Fellow at FSI, Courtesy Assistant Professor of Poli-Sci at Stanford. She was previously an Assistant Professor of Security Studies at Georgetown. She continues to serve in the US Air Force Reserve as a strategic planner at Indo-PACOM. For her contributions to U.S. strategy in Asia, she won the Individual Reservist of the Year Award in 2016 and 2022. She is going to address Chinese thinking about arms control. So I'm going to pass it to Rose, then to Jane, then to Oriana, and then we'll move on to questions. They'll each talk for an initial 10 minutes or so. Thank you. Rose?
Great. Thank you so much, Gloria. And it is such an honor and a pleasure to be here today for CISAC's 40th anniversary. I really am enjoying seeing so many friends and colleagues around the room and looking forward to many opportunities to chat today. But first, I wanted to say to you, Chip, I was astonished to hear that the first arms control course was taught in 1971. Because that is when I, too, was an undergraduate. I was an undergraduate at Georgetown University, and the excitement that we all felt when the first SALT agreement was reached in 1972, it was like it burst on the scene for us, at Georgetown Foreign Service School, of course. I was a Russian language major, but wow, this was a great accomplishment. We know that that first SALT agreement had its limitations. It was a strategic arms limitation agreement, not a reduction agreement, and so it had some problems. But nevertheless, it was a very first step that was very exciting, and I think set in train some momentum that then proceeded for the next decades of many, and Gloria pointed out well, many ups but also downs, as when SALT II could not be brought into force due to the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. So there have been many ups and downs in this field. I wanted to address right at the moment how I see a question that I get asked all the time. Are we in the midst of an arms race? My argument is based very much on the work that we did in the Strategic Posture Commission report. Gloria and I both served on that bipartisan commission in the last year and a half. It concluded its work in October of 2023. And we looked hard at the threat that is emerging. Again, Gloria's touched on it already, the fact that we have 2 nuclear peers in the offing. But I would argue that we still have a window of opportunity now to restart the momentum of, I will call it negotiated restraint. I'm not going to say arms control per se, but negotiated restraint on nuclear weapons particularly. I will note, I think we're all trying to get our arms around the topic of how do we move forward and further on nuclear disarmament, but there are other realms, and I hope we'll have a chance during our discussion to talk about what are we going to do about constraining and controlling emerging technologies of various kinds. I think probably Jane will address some of that. And what do we think about existing and other weapons of mass destruction, chem and bio, chemical weapons, biological weapons. And then furthermore, what do we think about the superstructure of conventional arms control that has completely dissolved in Europe on the back of Russia's invasion of Ukraine? So, but if we're to think about the future of security in Europe and indeed in Asia, conventional arms control, conventional restraint will also have to play a role, I think. So these are all topics that I think should be on the table for our discussion today. I am going to talk about, are we in the midst of a nuclear arms race, in these my opening remarks. My answer is that we have a window of opportunity. It is clear that China's on the march, and I think Oriana will be addressing that more. But our Department of Defense has said that by 2030, the Chinese should have as many as 1,000 warheads. And by 2035, they should have or may have as many as 1,500 warheads. If they deployed every single one of those warheads on their strategic range systems, then they would be approaching the deployed nuclear warheads that we and the Russians have under the New START Treaty, 1,550, 1,550 warheads. So that is the worry, that by 2035, China will be right up there with deployed warheads. To be honest with you, I think it's a bit absurd that they would deploy every single warhead on a strategic strike system, but we have to plan for the worst case, right? So that is what people are planning against and thinking about. But 2035 is over 10 years away at this point. And in the interim, I think we have a window of opportunity to try to ensure that we are resuming the diplomacy that has led to significant success over the years in negotiated restraint, in the control and the reduction of nuclear weapons. Why do I think that's possible? Well, first and foremost, I think that the United States, now in the midst of a modernization of our nuclear triad, has what is called the program of record against which it is working. And the United States, I think, is in a good position to modernize the existing triad, but then people say, well, don't we already need to do more? That could be the launch point for a nuclear arms race, I think. But what we found in the Strategic Posture Commission report is that we must stay on track and on schedule with the program of record. We cannot, at this point, afford to pile more tasks on that program of record and try to expand what we are already meant to do and planning to do under our modernization of the triad. And that triad modernization was planned to take place under the limits of New START. Again, 1,550 deployed warheads, 700 deployed delivery vehicles. So we have a window of opportunity as we move toward the 2030s and the program of record goes forward to work with the Russians and Chinese and say, look, we're not building up. Let us do what we need to do now to come to the table of negotiations and see what we can do about injecting into this forward modernization process for China. Russia has pretty much completed their modernization at this point, but they continue to build some new weapon systems that we're concerned about. And those two countries are watching us and what we are doing with our modernization. So that's why I say in the current decade, we have a window of opportunity to say, let's get back to the table. Let's talk about how we are going to inject some new predictability into what we are doing to renew our nuclear forces. And in that process, I think that we have an opportunity, again, first of all, to place limits, and then let's see what the future can bring about further reductions. I, for one, believe that 1,550 deployed warheads are still too many, and we need to keep bringing those numbers down. But in the first instance, we have to convince the Chinese to come to the table and to begin a process of negotiating restraints on their nuclear forces. So I would say the first goal should be limits, and then let's talk in the future about reductions. But my main point for you this morning is I believe that we have a window of opportunity over the next decade to all get to the table, and it is not going to be easy. I think we'll hear from Oriana how distasteful many of these notions have been to the Chinese. It's not going to be easy, and furthermore, we have now the horrendous situation of Vladimir Putin in the Kremlin, basically putting a freeze on the implementation of New START and saying, until you stop assisting Ukraine, we are not going to engage in any further nuclear disarmament activities with you. So to me, it's mind-boggling that this existential threat of nuclear weapons, Vladimir Putin is linking to his personal and I would say political goals that never happened during the Cold War. We tried to keep nuclear arms control after the Cuban Missile Crisis, tried to keep it set apart from other things that were bothering us in our bilateral relationship, and particularly the Vietnam War. We succeeded in doing that. But that's not where Vladimir Putin's head is right now. So as a result, we have a very difficult task ahead of us, but I want to say we do have a window of opportunity. Let's do our utmost. Final point, I will say, it's a good thing that when Xi Jinping and President Biden met in November, just here at Filoli, that they agreed that we should continue talks on disarmament and non-proliferation. The Chinese never before had agreed to talks on disarmament and non-proliferation with the United States of America. So it's a small step, it's a beginning step, but I do feel that we do have a door opening on our window of opportunity, a door opening on our window. Well, that's a mixture of metaphors, but I hope you get my point. Anyway, it's a pleasure and honor to be here today, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you so much, Rose. And Jane, including if you have any comment on the Biden-Xi initiative, that would be very interesting.
Sure, thank you. So it's an honor to speak at CISAC's anniversary. I'm particularly excited to be sitting here with Gloria and Rose. I think I first cold called them as an undergrad in CISAC honors program, writing my thesis on the Nunn-Lugar programs. So this is wonderful. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here. So as Gloria mentioned, right, there's this impulse today to say, the end of arms control, but more generously, there are people who argue that the old forms of arms control that we're kind of known and used to, that we pursued during the Cold War, are no longer a fit for contemporary conditions. And if we're going to ever consider cooperation, we kind of have to really start over and rethink arms control. So I'm going to argue, I think, that this view is only partially right. And so I've put my remarks in kind of two sections, which is what we keep, concepts we can continue to rely on and enhance, and what we change and try new. So let me start with the part of arms control that I think contributed to what worked before that I think will continue to be relevant. And most importantly, I think that the key reasons for arms control are not gone today, and in fact, some of them are only further enhanced by today's security environment. So first, sort of arms racing as inefficient and most importantly, expensive. So curbing costly arms races is something that saves resources. Arms control can mitigate some of the costs associated with costly arms races, but even more so, arms control can allow us to focus on capabilities that are particularly costly, and those capabilities that are unlikely to ultimately alter the balance of power, and allow states to focus on the capabilities that might be more relevant for deterrence and warfighting today. For example, today I think there's intense demands on conventional capabilities, and I question our ability to invest in absolutely everything. Second, arms control is about lowering risks of war by enhancing deterrence. So people sometimes use the guardrails analogy, which I actually quite like. Guardrails on the road don't stop cars from driving over the edge, but guardrails provide information to drivers that they're actually getting close, and to others on the road that a car has veered off into a dangerous direction. In this analogy, sort of you think about guardrails as providing at least kind of some limited pressure to slow down motion and give drivers more of a chance to correct course. So the point that I'm trying to make is that arms control approaches provide indicators when bad actors are veering away from status quo, a stable course, and allow us to identify the specific cases or moments when a stronger deterrence signal may need to be sent. The measures of arms control might even provide some additional time to be able to send that kind of deterrence signal. Third, arms control is about lowering the risks of war by addressing some areas that deterrence can't on its own. Even the clearest, strongest deterrence steps can't erase risks of miscalculation and misperception. On the other hand, numerous kinds and forms of arms control try to address exactly this, lowering misperceptions, providing avenues for dealing with misperceptions, and allowing states to have better calculations about their adversaries. So while scholars can debate how often misperception actually happens, or how much escalation is actually unintentional, I think today we're seeing increased opportunities for behaviors that either intentionally or unintentionally create uncertainty and confusion through information, misinformation, and disinformation. As the manipulation of information out there becomes an easier tool for both states and non-state actors to use, the generation of credible and reliable information is more relevant than ever. And this is something that a lot of arms control tools allow states to do. Fourth is the category of enhancing collective cost imposition. And I think I wouldn't have put this goal as like a top goal of past arms control agreements, but it was always kind of lingering in the background, I think. But today, I think this is a critical element of why arms control is still relevant. So the logic is that broadly accepted standards, such as responsible, acceptable, or stability-enhancing behavior, means that bad actors have believe that they face a greater likelihood they will be held accountable when they deviate from a particular path. And it's this expectation of a unified, broad response from the international community that might deter some of those bad actors from adopting dangerous behaviors in the first place. And today, I think we're seeing, increasingly seeing contexts where the strength of the kind of so-called punishment depends on how many international actors are willing to enforce it. So sanctions is like a good example here. So arms control can help establish the conditions under which kind of everyone sees and believes that, yes, all actors are going to enforce this rule that we agreed to. And even so-called weak mechanisms like multilateral declarations or declarations that focus on norms or recognitions of rules, these allow for rules to become publicly observable, which enhances the capacity for coordination in the event of a violation and pushes outliers and tells outliers that they're going to be under greater scrutiny from the international community. And finally, arms control taps into a calculation where states favor long-term gains over short-term advantages. So to like be a political scientist for one moment, what I think treaties and other kinds of international institutions, even not legally binding ones, do in this context is that they provide a way to maintain long-term gains even in the face of short-term pressures. And they do this by making it more likely that violations are detected, making sure that other members are going to respond to those violations, revealing information about capacity or intentions that states might have to take advantage of those short-term gains. And right now, we're in a space where we clearly see certain international players, they seem very focused on short-term gains and seem to be willing to undermine even the kind of the broader international order in order to pursue them. Even when that broader international order, including the nuclear order, did in fact all previously serve their interests and reduce the risk of nuclear war, which they wanted. So right now, there's a kind of focus on immediate short-term gains, Ukraine, but things change. And if they do, I think that core logic of what treaties and agreements and international institutions can provide can reemerge quite quickly. I was reminded recently about how the historical record shows us that things change quickly, about calculations, about competition and arms control. There's a 1972 article where Morton Halperin notes the unsuccessful efforts to engage with the USSR on issues around ABM and the sort of the Glassboro Summit in 1967, where the Soviet leaders were, quote, unyielding. But then in 1971, it's the Russians who are pushing for an agreement in the strategic arms talks to limit some aspects of ABM. And by 72, there's an agreement. That's a pretty quick time frame of change. So let me say a couple things about like what I think needs to be new and what I think needs to change. Because as we kind of reevaluate past models, the observation that the world today doesn't look like the world of the Cold War where we did these things, I think that's right. And I think like we can't just sort of rely on kind of running the same play again. What I'm going to do is put out some ideas, which are not necessarily good ones, but I like panels when somebody suggests something. And CISAC feels like a safe space, even despite the size of this room, to suggest half-baked ideas for discussion. So here we go. So first, normative approaches with a bite. So I think encouraging participation in declarations and rules of the road is a good and very important start in what is in current approaches to arms control. But I think normative approaches still play a role through the logic of costs and benefits. Like, is there really a cost to being called an irresponsible nuclear state? I'm not sure that there is. And I can imagine that certain countries actually are just fine with distancing themselves from what they see as a Western, US-imposed standard of what good behavior looks like. But maybe normative pressures could have more of a bite. For example, if it affects state access to certain gatherings or forums, or gives the impression of isolating particular actors that are sensitive to being isolated internationally. Perhaps participation in some regimes on the military aspects of emerging technologies allows states to have quicker access to commercial actors that provide civilian applications. In other words, maybe there's a model that's kind of a fusion of the norms models with the club or cartel models of international cooperation, particularly when we're looking at the intersection of emerging technology and security. Second is what I labeled in my notes as a web of small rules. So the idea that I had was sort of like, rather than focusing on the big treaties and fixing the big regimes right now, like the health of the NPT or even strategic arms control between nuclear armed states, which may take a while, maybe states should be focusing on bolstering, solidifying, and creating other piecemeal agreements. Agreements with the IAEA, export controls, interdiction cooperation, regional commitments, minor transparency measures and practices. So the proliferation of commitments can perhaps create some of those institutional elements kind of collectively rather than through one institution. So taken together and over time, they might still provide that kind of information, lower the costs of enforcement, and also make it possible for a broader range of states to be able to contribute to enforcement, at least in the areas and the regions where they have explicit interests. And finally, as my last point, a focus on the life cycle of crisis and recovery. Maybe we accept that there's a serious challenge, pressures exist. We accept that not much is going to be done to deal with them right now. And the goal is then to insulate what you can for a better time. This approach would rest on the premise that long-term gains are kind of indeed bigger, and at some point, especially if the short-term gains don't come about, even Russia will come back around to wanting to preserve its role as one of the few nuclear powers, and China may start to care more. So the implication is that the measures we should be focusing on are ones that leave the door open for recovery. They save infrastructure, put it in hibernation, but not forever. And so the institutional tools and structures become very important to maintain, even if the criticism that they don't seem to do very much right now is right. And I was revisiting some research on sort of broader international institutions recently, and I was reminded about some work on zombie institutions, which continue to exist, even go through the motions, but even though they're like not contributing to the goals that they were actually set up to do. Now, this like doesn't sound great. We like generally don't like zombies. Zombies bad. But there's this bit in this research that caught my attention this time around, which I kind of hadn't noticed before, which is that at least like in the political economy space where this research was done, there was the observation that some institutions kind of come out of their zombification and reemerge back into active life. So I think understanding the conditions under which this can happen should be a pretty critical focus for scholarship. And being ready for that moment is a pretty critical need for policy. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Jane. Now we turn to Oriana. On China.
Well, thank you. Yes, from very far away. I like the sort of big head looming over everyone here at the meeting. Thank you for allowing me to join virtually from London. As other panelists have mentioned, it's a real pleasure to play a part in this 40th anniversary, not only obviously now as a center fellow myself at CISAC, but as an alumni, as I was a CISAC undergrad honors student in 2006. The first course I ever took on international security was International Security in the Changing World. And it switched me from, I got into Stanford on a piano and drama focus to being interested in international security. So I think it's pretty safe to say that that wouldn't have happened without exposure to that class. And I now have had the unique pleasure of teaching that class 3 times. And it has been just fantastic to not only see the next generation, but to see how adaptable that class is, and obviously CISAC, to such dynamic and changing times. The topics we focus on, we teach that class now, while some remain, such as nuclear modernization and arms control, which I'll talk about today. Others can be new. I do a series of lectures on the rise of China, and I remember when I first started taking Chinese at Stanford, I was one of 8 people in that intro to Chinese class. It was still all the rage to focus on Japan. And so we, I think at CISAC, have done a pretty good job at also adapting and being agile to ensure that our research is addressing the most important issues of the day. One of the things that I really appreciate about CISAC, and I can't reminisce about the past 40 years, but what I'll say is, my experience there as a student and now as a professor is obviously supporting that intellectual diversity and the discussions and the debates. And I really liked what Jane said about half-baked notions, because I will share a few of my own with you all today. The first thing is I have to say that what I have to say and will say about China's nuclear posture is quite controversial, especially among those who work on these arms control issues, because I think I might deviate slightly from my panelists when I talk about what is generally my lack of concern about Chinese nuclear buildup, and how I'm concerned that traditional arms control approaches will actually create problems where they don't exist. So let me first start out with my assessment of Chinese nuclear modernization, and to give you a broader context for where my understanding of this comes from. I've recently finished a book on how China competes for power and influence in the international system. It's called Upstart: How China Became a Great Power. And I address China's approach to nuclear weapons, as well as their approach to broader military issues, economic power, and political power in that book. One of my main arguments is that theoretically, empirically, and also in the policy world, there are many reasons for China to do things differently from the United States. Sometimes they have a second mover disadvantage. It doesn't make sense to try to compete with the United States in an area we've already consolidated a lead. Sometimes they recognize they don't have a competitive advantage. This is somewhat of an easy example, but democracy promotion is very important to US foreign policy. Obviously, China is not going to be trying to outcompete the United States in democracy promotion anytime soon. Not their competitive advantage. And also, there are some ways that US policy, if China emulated it, could undermine Communist Party rule. Of course, that last example is one of them. There's one category in which China tends to do something and approach things very differently than the United States, which I would say is the least popular when I brief it, especially among defense audiences, which is China often doesn't emulate US approaches because they think they're stupid and ineffective, and the main reason for US decline and other problems that we face. And since 1964, since China tested their first atomic test, they have thought the US and actually the Soviet and now Russian approach to nuclear weapons has just been silly and ridiculous and costly. Even at the points, some top specialists who have had Stanford affiliations, we had Taylor Fravel come speak last year, and he has written a book about Chinese defense strategy, has articulated very clearly that while their thinking and their military strategy has evolved 8 times since the founding of the PRC in 1949, one thing that has been constant is their nuclear strategy. That has remained relatively the same since 1964. And I would argue that some of the changes that we're seeing now in terms of nuclear modernization, because those are undeniable in terms of the buildup, do not necessarily indicate any change in their nuclear policy. That indeed, even if we see a buildup of nuclear weapons to the point where they have 1,000 or 1,500, which there are many reasons to doubt those numbers. Another unpopular thing I like to do is show these graphs of Intel estimates of Chinese nuclear buildups over the past 40 years and how off the Intel community has been because they don't take into account how China thinks about nuclear weapons differently. And some people argue that they don't even have the ability to produce the amount of material that they would need in these timelines to build that many nuclear weapons. But leaving that aside, let's just say we assume this worst case scenario and we do have this buildup in terms of numbers. I don't think the expansion of and improvements in their nuclear arsenal necessarily mean they abandon their approach to nuclear weapons, which they refer to as different components of their strategy of limited, assured retaliation strategy. The bottom line is China has a few components of their nuclear strategy, which is very important. First, they have never sought parity with the United States or the Soviet Union and now Russia. And I would argue they are currently not seeking parity, even with that buildup. And we'll get to the deployable weapons under the START Treaty definitions in a second. But right now, I think what they're trying to do is ensure they have a minimal retaliation capability. Now, what do you need to deter nuclear use? So the Chinese nuclear arsenal has been primarily and solely actually focused on ensuring that other countries don't use nuclear weapons against China. This is not just something they say, though they have a no first use policy. But as someone like me who studies mostly military capabilities, I find it credible based on the things that they have focused on producing and investing. So for example, it was only, I think, in the past 3 years that they've just started developing and might have 3 satellites of a constellation for an early warning capability. The United States, once we developed nuclear weapons and we were in this competition with the Soviet Union, one of the first things we did was put into space, a sort of space-based architecture to give us the opportunity to have warning if missiles were incoming to the United States. China did not develop that capability. And they have been focused on their space infrastructure, generally speaking. They finished their first sort of navigation constellation, Beidou, in 2020. And there is a huge increase in the amount of payloads going to space. But for decades, they could have put up that early warning infrastructure, and they did not find it necessary. And they didn't find it necessary because they have what we call a launch an attack posture, not launch on warning, which is if you looked at the training of the forces that are in charge of their nuclear weapons, it was very clear that they were planning to absorb an attack before responding. Now, and along these lines, of all the war plans I know of and of all the focus on their modernization, their nuclear weapons are, there to deter nuclear use against them, and they continue to believe that they don't have a war-fighting purpose. Now, one thing I would say is you could argue maybe they've changed their mind. Maybe now they think nuclear weapons are very useful. Now, I'll go through some evidence of why I don't think that's the case, but I would find it very interesting that for decades, when China was conventionally inferior to the United States, significantly, that the Chinese never once threatened to compensate for the conventional inferiority with nuclear use. Now we're in a situation in which maybe some people here at the discussion have heard me talk more about conventional issues of deterrence. We are now in a situation in which the Chinese military has increased their capabilities to a degree that there are some scenarios in which they could legitimately defeat the United States in a conventional war. So it would be strange that now that they have this conventional capability, that they would decide that they wanted to rely on the nuclear side of things, where they would still obviously have numerical disadvantages. Okay, so if they have this buildup, I think what's happened is largely because of improvements in missile defense, as well as changes in U.S. discussions and thinking about nuclear weapons, or at least maybe some more aggressive rhetoric coming out of places like STRATCOM about how perhaps the United States should deal with some of these conventional problems with the United States by relying on a nuclear overmatch. China has become concerned that its second strike capability has been weakened. And so the assessment of what is needed to deter nuclear use, what is the minimal retaliation level, it has increased from 320 nuclear weapons to what looks like more than that. So it seems like what they want to do is they want to have enough nuclear weapons, and they've decided that given some changes in the strategic environment, what they need to absorb a strike and then be able to impose unacceptable damage from the U.S. perspective, on the United States or other potential adversaries has changed. And that has led to the increase. The second thing I would say is that, at least to me as a China specialist, this isn't sudden. What I've learned from some functional experts is one of the things that really stands out about the Chinese buildup in their minds was how sudden it was and how out of the blue it occurred. If I had to guess, I would say that the Chinese leadership likely aspired to strengthen their nuclear arsenal long before 2018. What happens with military modernization and what I see in the nuclear realm follows this pattern that's been the case in every service, whether it's naval power, air, ground power. It follows the standard sequencing, which is the first thing that they do. They have this multi-stage plan for their modernization, is they modernize the force that they have first, so increasing the proportion of modern equipment versus outdated equipment. And we saw that in the nuclear realm, moving from liquid to solid fuel systems, as well as expanding the number of certain platforms. And so usually what happens first is the improvement of the capability itself. What happens second is a large increase in numbers. So in my mind, when you look at now the increase of numbers, which is what we focus in the past couple of years, this doesn't indicate that the change in Chinese thinking happened in 2018, but indeed we saw discussions of the need to first modernize and then increase the number of nuclear weapons happening over a decade earlier. Now, one of the things about striving for parity that I like to point out is I understand that there has been increased anxiety over Chinese nuclear modernization. In 2021, there was satellite imagery showing that there was approximately 360 silos that were under construction. People did some worst case scenario calculations there, saying that a certain missile that China uses for delivery of nuclear weapons, based on how many could fit in each silo, how many warheads on each, that's how we get some of these numbers, leaving aside the fact that China has never put 3 of those warheads in one silo. But even given those numbers, I think it would be a mistake to say that they're striving parity. Now, it is true that China's avoidance of direct competition with the United States in nuclear power was starker in the 1990s, when the United States had 47 more times nuclear weapons than China. Now, in the worst case scenario projections, China will have 20% more or less of what the United States has. But the differences in their posture continue. For example, the vast majority of China's force is land-based, right? About 3/4 of China's arsenal is based on ICBMs, compared to 1/5 of that of the United States. China just started having a sea-based, sea leg, part of their nuclear deterrent in 2015, and that's extremely limited. While we often look at some of their bombers and speculate whether or not they're nuclear capable, we've never actually seen them pair nuclear weapons on some of those platforms to the degree that you would say that they also have an air leg. So the posture of China continues to remain different. They have a whole force, the Strategic Rocket Force, that's in charge of both nuclear and conventional weapons, which obviously is a very different structure than U.S. strike. So I think, numerically, you can't say that China is striving for parity. Now, you might say, okay, it doesn't matter the total stockpiled weapons. What matters is deployed nuclear weapons, right? And Rose already talked about the number of deployed that you can have, in accordance with the new START treaty, which for me gets a little technical because I guess 1,550 are allowed. The bombers are counted as one, even though they carry multiple. So by some estimates, the United States would have like 1,770. But I'll let Rose correct me on that. But right now, according to START treaty numbers, China has 0 deployable. Now, what was argued on this panel is we have to prepare for this worst case scenario in which they do then change their mind and make these all deployable. But I will tell you, as a China specialist, I think, there is very limited evidence of that now. We do see them modernizing those solid fuel missiles, right? The DF-41, DF-31AG. They do have faster fueling times. They require fewer support vehicles, maybe, then the fact that they have these 6 Jin-class ballistic missile submarines will push people to think, okay, maybe they want to move towards, having a more deployable force. But we will have time to react if that's the case. So let me just go to my bottom line here. I'm very concerned for two reasons if we focus on this parity issue with China. And this comes out a lot in my book. I am not, a China dove by any means, but if the United States and our allies and partners are going to effectively compete with China, we have to get the threat right. And there has been popularity of saying we underestimated the China threat. I would argue it's not that the United States underestimated the threat, it's that we mischaracterize it. And we continue to mischaracterize it. Up until 2008, China spent less on their whole military than we spent on nuclear weapons. As someone who focuses on conventional contingencies, I do not think we have the resources to try to reestablish conventional deterrence and try to build more nuclear weapons. And I guess what I'm arguing here is I do not think that's necessary. Strategically, it makes no difference to China if the United States has 5,000 or 10,000. In China's mind, that is not what is deterring them at this stage from use of force. And so the future of arms control, what I would like to see, the Chinese are not going to be interested in talking to the United States about reducing their number of nuclear weapons until, as they argue, the United States reduces them to the level that China has them at. But given some of the serious problems we have in conventional deterrence, I think we should be more open-minded about what I call asymmetric arms control, which is, and I know people are going to, flinch at this, the United States should be willing to give up some of its nuclear weapons if China gives up some of its conventional capability. Because for me, thinking about some of these contingencies, the biggest threats are actually their conventional missile force and their threat against U.S. basing in the region, how difficult that is to deter, how impossible it is to defend against. And again, for me, there's no strategic difference when I think about how China thinks about things between China having a couple of thousand and a bit less. Now, the caveat to that, of course, is Russia. I'm not a Russia expert. I will leave you with this idea that I'm working on a book project right now about the China-Russia military relationship. To continue to reassure the audience, all I can say is that China really has no plans on coordinating attacks or warfare or fighting with Russia. They like Russian support of building their own independent military capabilities, but they see no benefits in trying to involve Russia if they had to fight the United States more broadly. So at least from the China perspective, I'm not worried about having to counter China and Russia at the same time, but I will leave it to some of my panelists to talk about some of the potential dangers and threats from how all of this might impact Russia's behavior. So I'll stop there and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much, Oriana. Now, we have just under a half hour left for questions and discussion. So as Scott said, anyone here could be a panelist. Let's launch right in. And if you'll just direct questions to any or all of the panel, and I will repeat them so that it's broadcast. Questions, comments? I think there's a break right after the end of this session. So questions? There's a mic. Please signal that you have a comment, and the mic will come to you. Okay, up here and over there. And tell us who you are.
Francesca Giovannini. I was a MacArthur postdoc nuclear fellow 2012-2013, and I consider Scott Sagan one of my greatest mentors, also life mentors, in addition to a professional mentor. Fantastic panel. I have a couple of questions, if you allow me, to both Rose and Jane. You've worked for State Department, and you've both talked about the indispensability of diplomacy. But if you look at the budget today, it is obvious that both arms control and deterrence are run through the Pentagon. State has been almost entirely marginalized. There are very limited capabilities. And no disrespect, I think Pentagon has done a great job. But that sometimes is not the role of the military or the Defense Department to think about arms control, restraint, reassurances. So can you give us a sense, in terms of resources, what should happen domestically for the State Department really to regain a voice in the arms control negotiations today? And then instead to you, Oriana, I really respect your scholarship, and I really almost fully agree with what you said. I am involved in a track 2 dialogue with the Chinese, and I really agree on your analysis. But I want to push on one question that has come up over and over, especially with some of my American colleagues. I think China needs to think very seriously about what will make no first use policy credible in the eyes of the United States. This is no longer acceptable that China just say we have no first use policy. It's not going to cut it. So what do you think should happen for the United States to perceive the no first use policy from the Chinese side is in fact credible? What should the Chinese do to make it credible? Thank you, terrific panel.
All right, let's talk about the State Department.
Okay, well, there is no question that the State Department is the runt of the interagency litter. But I will also say that I think you're seeing, Francesca, a moment at which essentially diplomacy has been stopped cold in its tracks, not by the United States of America, but by the Russian Federation and, oh, by the way, China's so far very tentative willingness to talk about these issues. Frankly, one quick comment to Oriana. I think everything you outline is very important in terms of enhancing U.S. understanding of what you are talking about as an expert, and the way the Chinese can do that is by talking to us about what their overall objectives are and what their thinking is. It'd be good to hear it from them directly. I know they say, well, we don't want to be transparent because it also then opens up our weaknesses. But I think just as a first step, having some very substantive discussions of where they're headed, where we're headed, would be very, very worthwhile and would not have to in any way bring us close to an actual negotiation of limitations or reductions by any means. We just need to be talking about what our goals and objectives are. But I really do believe that this, and Jane can speak more to this than I can, I think that the State Department does punch above its weight nevertheless, particularly when thinking is going on about where do we go from here with our attempts to have a nuclear doctrine, strategy, and policy that serve the interests of the United States of America, and that must include the notion of diplomacy in the toolbox, because it is an inherent part of how we would deter. If, the best way to deliver a deterrence message is straight into somebody's face at the negotiating table. And so, that is, I think, a very clear element of diplomacy that sometimes gets lost in pursuit of hardware. But I do believe that the State Department continues to play a very, very important role. The problem is we've kind of been shut off at the moment by our erstwhile counterparts at the negotiating table, but I agree with Jane very much. This is a moment that will pass. So speaking about passing, I'll pass the word to you, Jane.
Thanks. So I don't think I can comment sort of on the kind of broad resources necessary question, but I will say that, so from my own personal experience, I was sort of really impressed to see kind of how much people were doing with small resources, how creative and inventive they were. And again, like with full recognition of their kind of role, but still with an incredible amount of persistence, and also persistence about long-term vision. My Bureau, State Department was bringing in a very large amount of young people, new voices, finding ways to hire people. I think the Emerging Tech Capabilities Office, posted for 5 postings in the last month, right? So it's bringing people in, younger people, and I saw that effort as really positive. And also the other piece that even in sort of the face of a lot of international opposition, right, there's a lot of no coming from international actors. The key piece that I felt like the State Department officers bring to the table was the sort of not taking no for an answer, right? So okay, well, we will ask again, and we will find another way, and we will try again, right? This persistence that sort of we will sort of find ways. And that's an attitude that I think State Arms Control Bureau in particular, like really brings to the table, just stubborn, super stubborn about getting this tool considered. And without, I think, any sort of like naivete that this often doesn't work, that this is not always, arms control is not always the right approach. It often doesn't work. And I think everyone recognizes that. They just want it to be not kind of dismissed as a real tool of foreign policy.
Yeah, and if I could just quickly add, I think that stubbornness and consistency is also a valuable tool in terms of conveying the United States of America being on the moral high ground here, preserving the goals of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, doing what we can, despite all the no's that are out there.
If I can just chime in there, having worked at the Pentagon in the arms control field, the Pentagon can be a powerful force under the right leadership. And I'm looking at Dr. Perry here. We were able to do some amazing things with the non-Luger program,
Right.
with a lot of impetus from the Pentagon, but good cooperation and collaboration with the White House. I'm looking at Chip here and Rose here, and with the State Department. Reaching out, being entrepreneurial, finding new ways of doing things, having the funds and the person power and material to execute things, so that what can be a barrier in the Pentagon under certain circumstances can also be a powerful force when appropriately directed by someone who is determined to get the job done. I will just add, the State Department is under-resourced in general, and diplomacy is under-resourced in general, of a pattern going back a number of years, and this is part of the struggle. The second part of the question about Oriana?
About how do the Chinese reassure us? So, I mean, how can we even demand that of them? Like the United States has varied in its aggressiveness of its nuclear posture. But even under President Biden, we refused to accept a sole purpose sort of understanding of nuclear weapons. We haven't, the United States basically reserves the right to use nuclear weapons under any condition that we've deemed sort of necessary. Now, again, that has been limited under certain presidents, expanded under others, but our nuclear posture from sort of a non-nuclear state perspective, or from China that has had a smaller arsenal perspective, is extremely aggressive. And so I think, again, from my perspective, the fact that they have zero deployable nuclear weapons, zero tactical nuclear weapons, did not have the infrastructure, again, to launch on warning, delayed their nuclear modernization until a couple of years ago, when their conventional modernization started much earlier. And even their conventional modernization, one of the things I talk about in my book is, compared to other rising powers, if you look at military spending and military capabilities compared to the established great power, China delayed their military modernization to a much later phase of their rise. Now, I say that not to say that this is like a peaceful country. Again, my primary focus is on planning for and avoiding deterring major wars with China. One of the main reasons they did this was, again, to delay a significant U.S. response to the rise. It was very strategic. But I think it's very hard, again, for the United States to get China to the table to talk about some of these issues when we don't really have the moral high ground right now on sort of control and nuclear issues, right? So they would say, like, similar to climate change, it's like, well, you guys are the ones causing all these problems. Now you want us, you want us to come to the table to talk with you about it. So I will say that it's extremely important. The whole first book I wrote was about diplomacy during conflicts. I was in China twice at the invitation of the military and the CCP to talk about, reducing the likelihood of war between our two countries. And so I think the fact that we are not engaging more broadly, and that we, the military, the Department of Defense has a lot of advantages, but we, had military contacts with China cut off for almost 2 years. And because of the nature of our relationship, U.S. military personnel that aren't directly assigned to China have not been allowed to go since 2020, including to Hong Kong. So the number of exchanges that we have more broadly with China in this area have just plummeted. And I'm with Rose. I mean, I think it's absolutely important that you just sit down and talk to one another, but this has become harder and harder as time goes by. And so I think while all of that is important, be strategic about this, we have to understand like where the Chinese paranoia about the U.S. nuclear approach comes from, and kind of you have to understand their sense of injustice. If we show up and we're like, you have to prove to us that your no first use doctrine is serious, and they're like, you don't even have a no first use doctrine. Like, why do we have to prove anything to you? And I think, again, given their limitations of capabilities and numbers and where their investment has gone, at least for the past, since 1964, it has been credible. We can have a debate, and I do at the conclusion of my book, about where Xi Jinping is going in the future. But I think we at least have to admit that their no first use doctrine was, up to this point, credible. We didn't sort of build off of that today.
Mike, I think someone over here had their hand up earlier.
I had it, but Colin seemed to have a two-finger, so, no, yes?
I just think the big problem with the Pentagon is not that they dominate arms control, because I don't think there is any arms control. The big challenge with the Pentagon is that they can dominate arms racing logic, which is a different problem, because there are quadrants in the pieces of the Pentagon who basically argue that the three-body problem will confront in the 2030s means if Russia has 4,000, China has 1,500, we need 5,501. It's a kind of, the guy who dies with the most toys wins logic. But when that, that kind of arithmetic, I think the debate is really about where is the threshold for minimal unacceptable damage you have to be able to produce on the third party if you are in a crisis or a conflict with one party. My own view is if we're in a full-out nuclear war with Russia, I'm not too worried about how many nuclear weapons we have left for everybody else, because it won't matter. And I also think you probably don't need that many. But I think that's where the debate is. The good news is there are all sorts of allies in the Pentagon, and they include every armed service, because the nuclear modernization that's already ongoing is crushing the conventional modernization that every armed service wants to engage in. And so they do not want to spend more money on nuclear weapons. And so unless Congress provides $1 trillion defense budget, the Pentagon will not consolidate around spending more on nuclear weapons.
Thank you.
My turn?
Please.
Okay, thanks. Herb Lynn, CISAC in Hoover right now. I do emerging technologies. I wanted to pick up actually on Oriana's comment and Colin's comment to sort of turn the question around to say, what would the Chinese have to see in terms of American, not rhetoric, but deployments and force posture and exercises and so on, to be convinced we weren't trying to threaten their survivable second strike capability? What would it take for us to actually do, not just talk about, but do, to convince them that we're not going to be doing that?
Great question. And Oriana, to start on that?
Yeah, Oriana, and then anybody else.
Yeah, so first let me just admit that there's many things that we can do, but I can't guarantee that that is going to be sufficient. So one of the things that comes up a lot when I brief at the Pentagon, and obviously I'm here in my Stanford capacity, and my views do not and have not represented those of the U.S. government, the Department of the Air Force, or the Department of Defense. But they always ask me, like, how do I message this to China? And how do I message to China they can't take Taiwan quickly? How do I message to China that we're not going to do A, B, and C? And I always say the first thing is to make it true. The Chinese are not easily tricked. And so I really like your question, because usually I just get, how do we convince them we're not a threat, but I don't want to make any changes to anything, and I'm like, I don't know, maybe if I had spent some more time at CISAC before, I'd have some better ideas, but I don't know how to do that. Now, I mean, the first thing is that we would have to change, nuclear posture review, change our approach to nuclear weapons. So again, like that they don't have other strategic purposes. Probably, I think, 30% of our spending, last I checked, but again, panelists, please correct me, was on the development, maintenance, and deployment of sort of tactical nuclear weapons. So this sort of signals that we think about, lower yield, more localized use of nuclear weapons to gain warfighting advantages, which is something that concerns China, given that especially now that we have conventional problems. The United States would have to, you'd have to have military leaders stop sort of considering and thinking and talking about how our numbers of nuclear weapons give us escalation dominance in a war with China. So I think the first thing is the United States would have to reduce its numbers, get rid of tactical nuclear weapons, take them off high alert. And that would be kind of, change our nuclear posture. So we also said we would only use nuclear weapons basically to deter nuclear use and nuclear blackmail. And then we'd have to convince China that none of that was a trick. But the first thing we have to do is do all those things. And again, to the panelists, I think all that would be extremely stabilizing in the relationship with China, but maybe the costs in terms of stability and peace, vis-a-vis other actors that are not China are way too high to even consider any of that. And I think at least that's my sense of where the problems lie, is that China is basically thinking of the United States. And what my book shows is when they consider strategy, it's the United States is the target state if they evaluate everything against. That's not the case for us, right? The United States has to consider so many different actors and options and possibilities.
Thank you. Okay, time for one or two more questions. So I see one over here, and we need to give equal time to this end of the room. So how about over here?
Hi, thank you. Well, a most excellent panel. My name is Claude Lambert, U.S. Army War College fellow, current visiting scholar at CISAC. My question, as China views its nuclear minimum deterrent capability, does it also include India, particularly with India's recent testing of a multiple independent reentry vehicle capable strategic delivery system? If China views this as a three-body problem, would it be in China's interest to participate in arms control discussions, particularly without India being included? Thank you.
Any volunteers? Rose?
I'll just start, and I partially want to come around to the last exchange really quickly too. That's a great question, Claude, and I'll just start by saying I had a most interesting exchange in a track 2 recently with Chinese experts when one of them said with a smile on his face, well, actually we have 4 nuclear neighbors. And so he was including Russia and Pakistan in that list, obviously, as well as India and North Korea. The United States was a whole different problem. It wasn't a nuclear neighbor, per se. And I found that quite intriguing. He didn't develop that theme at all, so perhaps Oriana will want to comment on the other aspect. But I do think it is intriguing to try to get inside, the head maybe of somebody in Beijing who is thinking about the nuclear surroundings, so to say, and what that might mean for nuclear deterrence in the Chinese setting. But I did want to come back to the question of what we could do to try to signal. And here I'm going to disagree with Colin a bit. Colin, I do think there is arms control that is still underway at this point. And one thing we have done in the Biden administration was to put in place a proposal for a direct ascent ASAT ban on direct ascent anti-satellite systems as a kind of unilateral step. Again, see, we are ready to ban this. Who else around the world is going to be ready to do this? And it's gotten a fair amount of discussion among the P5, the so-called nuclear weapon states under the NPT. Here is something where I think there's been a glimmer of interest from the Chinese, at least again in track 2 discussions. So I think if we put offers on the table and start discussing them, something we came up with in our Strategic Posture Commission was a ban on FOBs, on fractional orbital bombardment systems. And here's something, Oriana, I'd love your comment on FOBs. I mean, it seems to be what the Chinese are up to. It's trying to keep us off balance as much as possible as we are contemplating what the nuclear future is. And to have a FOB system that comes at us from the southern hemisphere is definitely, you know, concerning. It keeps us off balance. So the notion of putting a ban on FOBs right now, interesting. In track 2 discussions, I hear a glimmer of interest from the Russians on that one. So I think we should be putting things on the table. And I agree very much with Jane in this regard, putting things on the table and signaling to the Chinese, what do you think about this? Wouldn't this be stabilizing? And let's try to have that kind of discussion.
Jane?
Why don't I turn over, I think there was a follow-up question right over there instead.
Would this work? Okay.
Yes.
I'm Michael May. I'm a long-time member of CISAC, 1991, I think. And I want to state briefly my gratitude to Bill Perry, who made the suggestion that I could come here. That was a great suggestion. And my question is mainly for Rose. Thank you, Rose, for your speech. And the question is, when, in your estimation, under what conditions will China think there is a window of opportunity for meaningful arms control? And let me say, to set the stage, Xi had told us, the world, and his own people repeatedly what his overall strategy is. I wish we had the late, I'm going to gap my memory. He said that his strategy was to establish a zone of control of superiority in East Asia, similar to what the United States has on the American continent and surrounding seas. Given that, and we have to believe him, we have to believe things we don't like. Given that, he certainly isn't going to give up conventional arms, which are the instruments to carry out, one of the instruments to carry out that policy. And he must envisage, and they do envisage, that there is a possibility of a war over Taiwan. And they will want sufficient nuclear deterrence so that there is no nuclear attack, even under the condition where there is a war over Taiwan, similar to what's going on in Ukraine, where deterrence today still has held. So that's my question. Under what conditions do you believe that the Chinese government, under Xi, will be ready for meaningful arms control? Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, and it's wonderful to have you here today. I'm so glad to see you. I would say that it's up to us to help define for them the window of opportunity and describe to them the window of opportunity, which is why I think it's so important that we use this opportunity of an opening dialogue with the Chinese to talk about where we are with our program of record and the fact that the United States might feel the necessity of making some additions to its deployed nuclear warheads over time. And here, I agree with Colin that this is one area where I do very much agree with Colin that the resources required for a major buildup of nuclear weapons just tears resources away from our conventional forces, and therefore it's not the way to go. But we do have a lot of capability in terms of undeployed warheads, and there's a lot of discussion of uploading, for example, and uploading beyond what the limits of the New START Treaty keep us at, which is 1,550 deployed warheads. So to sketch out for the Chinese, that we may have to go in the direction of making structural changes or even quantitative additions to our deployed nuclear force posture. And so to say, but this is not where we want to go. This is a window of opportunity for actually arriving at some agreement about continuing to restrain in a predictable way our nuclear force posture, and can you do the same? Can you restrain in a more predictable way your nuclear force posture? So that's the essence of the discussion I think we need to have right now, which is one about really defining for them and talking to them about what this window of opportunity is.
If I can just add something, I really agree with what Rose just said. I often hear people say, like, we need to convince China that something is in their interest that is not in their interest. It reminds me, I hear my two kids fighting downstairs up here of like my 5-year-old who wants something for my 4-year-old. He's always like, no, like this carrot is better than that piece of chocolate. Like you should switch with me. And every time they do that, I'm like, this is like the United States going to China being like, oh no, you don't understand what's good for you. You should do this thing that's better for us, right? It doesn't work. And so Rose's conception of how the Chinese think about this is absolutely right. We're like, listen, this is what we're going to do. We understand the assessments you're going to make. It can't be this sort of, don't you feel threatened too that North Korea has nuclear weapons type of logic, right? It really has to go with what they think. And so when I did a study of all the arms control agreements they've signed on to, it's not a coincidence that the majority of the ones that they agreed to were ones that constrained the United States in ways that we were going to go in a direction they didn't want us to go, and did not really constrain them because they weren't planning on doing those things anyway, right? And so there's this whole thought in the China field that we convince them of certain norms. There's a socialization that happened that just through the power of persuasion, we convince them to think differently about things. But I would argue that if you see the stuff they didn't sign up to, the socialization argument can't explain why they did not sign on to certain export controls, but this sort of what is good for them and that type of approach works. So being very pragmatic about it, I think, makes perfect sense. And on the India thing, let me just say that, like, we wish China cared more about India. We go through these phases where someone comes up at the Pentagon and they're like, what's going to solve all of our problems is India. And we'll like arm the Indians, and then China will have to worry about that border. China will have to worry about whatever. In my experience, one of the main things I have to figure out is when the Chinese say things, what do they actually believe and what are they just saying? And I would venture a guess on that sort of comment about, we have all these nuclear neighbors. They actually don't, if you look at their writings and their thinking, they're not concerned. I have a paper of why they irrationally underestimate India's military capabilities. But generally speaking, they tend to underestimate what India can do, mainly for domestic political reasons. And then you don't see a military response. Like when I look at their force deployments posture and things, it looks like not only do they talk about India in a way that kind of understates the potential threat India poses to China, but militarily they also seem to not respond to India in ways that you might think they should, given those advancements of capabilities. So to that question, like, should China be thinking about their nuclear posture in a different way, given, modernization in India? Potentially, but I don't see that actually happening yet in Beijing.
Thank you. And I received the 5-minute signal more than 5 minutes ago. So we need to bring this discussion to an end. I will just briefly comment, Colin, you have great reason to know how the Pentagon approaches defense spending and the program of record and so on. I will just say that in the posture review, we looked at performance to meeting goals for the program of record. Not good at all for a variety of reasons. Some is resources, some is organization, some is workforce issues, some is not having a budget, a predictable budget, having continuing resolutions for defense along with everything else. Whether that's good or bad, I don't know. It seems like we ought to intentionally decide if we're not going to, or slip deadlines or whatever. At this point, we are not performing to our own goals and deadlines. One last comment, just for me. I won't try to summarize. This has been a great discussion, and we have much more to come in the additional sessions. In my experience, Track 2 diplomacy is crucial in a time like this. Having participated from the 70s through the 90s at least, finding out what others are thinking, putting ideas on the table, it's so important to what can eventually be done when a better political environment takes place. So anyone who has those opportunities through CISAC, through other organizations, use them to the maximum, Russia, China, whomever else is relevant to the discussion. So I'd like to thank Rose, Jane, Oriana, not only for your participation today, but for your long service at the State Department, at NATO, at the State Department, in the Air Force. You are contributors on so many levels. Thank you so much.
I'll go ahead and get us started here. We're going to be less formal in the introductions this round. You can read people's bios, which are included in your materials. I want to start by introducing myself. My name is Steve Luby. I'm a senior fellow at FSI, and I'm also a professor in the School of Medicine. And I want to talk about how I became connected with CISAC. Before I joined Stanford for 8 years, I was the director of the Center for Disease Control. I was the country director in Bangladesh. And I was working on emerging infections and spent a lot of time with a particular organism, Nipah virus. Nipah virus kills 75% of the people it infects. It's a bat virus that sometimes goes into people and can be transmitted from person to person. So I figured, moving to Silicon Valley and joining Stanford, I would retire from working on Nipah virus. But the CISAC team asked me to come and give a talk about this virus. And immediately they were asking questions about what does this mean in terms of global threat, and not only about the virus naturally, but how it might be enhanced through synthetic biology. So I found suddenly that there was this audience that was interested in what was maybe not so central in terms of public health concerns. And since then have continued to engage with this really remarkable group. So today we're going to take a step beyond the very real concerns with historical nuclear weapons and think about emerging technology, threats, and opportunities. So I'm going to ask each of the speakers to introduce themselves, talk about their connection with CISAC and their view towards where we should be going in the future. So first off, Tino.
Thank you, Steve, and hi, everybody. It's really delightful to be among friends and really a part of the extended CISAC family. I do see a number of CISAC co-directors here, former co-directors. If you're a former CISAC co-director, raise your hand. There are a number of you. You've accomplished a lot in the world. I was reflecting just before this event that there is one person who's been associated with CISAC who was not a co-director, but whom I admire, and that's Condi Rice. And I thought to myself, I wonder what Condi could have accomplished in her life if she'd been a CISAC co-director. It's a real honor to be here for multiple reasons. I'm going to try to be quick about it, but to give you a sense of my connection with CISAC, I have to start when I was a clueless graduate student at Stanford, and I was about 2/3 of the way in my journey from having gone into the graduate program interested in American political behavior to the back end of the program where I became interested in basically international security, organizations, institutions, transnational flows. And a critical part of that journey was I had started grad school, then gone back to the East Coast to finish law school, then got pulled into working at the Treasury Department on anti-money laundering, anti-terrorist finance. So I then came back to Stanford trying to figure out what came next to finish my dissertation, and I ended up in Scott Sagan's office. and he had written The Limits of Safety, which is kind of cool. And he started pulling me into CISAC as a process of gradual acculturation. And there were times when that felt like a great and beautiful recruitment. There were times when it felt like the mafia is pulling you in, and you realize gradually you're taking on responsibilities. To my great delight and good fortune, I became an assistant professor at the law school some years later. And within about a year of having hit the classroom at the law school, I started hanging around CISAC, going to Lynn's seminars, getting a feel for the place, and I could never say no to CISAC. And I found that my very best ideas, a very big chunk of why I got tenure, I think, is I'd hear little tidbits at seminars at CISAC, and I'd sort of figure out, if I put this in the legal context, if I think about this as a law review article, like where would it go? And that was the way interdisciplinary felt to me. You know, some anthropologist or a physicist or a historian would make a comment, and I'd think like, what would a lawyer do with that? Where would it go? And probably at least 7 or 8 articles came that way.
Drew. I arrived at Stanford 15 years ago as a nerd, and my job is to help build the bioengineering department, which is the youngest department in the engineering school. It's 20 years old now, and I've been here for 15 years. The second youngest department in engineering is computer science, which is 60 years old, roughly. And having arrived from MIT, what I've been encountering as a bioengineer at MIT working in synthetic biology was most people in Washington, D.C. Didn't like what I had to say. When I went to Washington and said it would be good to get better at building DNA, that was interpreted as it would be good at getting better at building bioweapons. And instead of getting funding for what I thought was an important emerging technology, I actually naively contributed to arguments that got all public funding for my emerging technology cut to zero. I got negative money from my DC trips. And so in moving out here, still very naive and stumbling along, was grateful to stumble into the community of CISAC. And I remember, Tino, perhaps my first engagement was with you in your office at CISAC. And I'd never met somebody with your background who took the time and care to go deep into an emerging technology that was not obviously in your niche, but you cared about it, and you cared about why I cared about it. And that was the beginning of many such interactions across the CISAC community and more broadly across the campus, FSI, and Hoover that are unique to me as a nerd. And very, very grateful to be here. The puzzles I encounter are not my puzzles. There are puzzles in the bio world. We know that biology as a technology predates us, and it continues to evolve and emerge, and we don't really have a coherent or operational or satisfying strategy for biosecurity. We mostly still wait for biology to happen to us, and then we panic and react and do our best, and we're getting slightly better at reacting. And then it fades away, and we turn that into stories. And we will tell our grandchildren, or our children will tell our grandchildren stories about the SARS-CoV-2 pandemic, just like we have stories about the flu pandemic. And hopefully we never have a story about the Nipah pandemic. And we have stories about the plague from centuries ago. So we turn our experiences of bad biological outcomes into stories. And stories are important, but they're not the same as a strategy. It's really insufficient. I was just on a quick study for the Health and Human Services Department on smallpox and how to be better prepared should smallpox ever reemerge. And we have a strategic national stockpile to help us be prepared around, the worst case scenario should smallpox pop back up. Do we have enough vaccines and stuff like that? And the puzzle I'm encountering in the moment, and I'll try and land this on a operational hot take as opposed to what I would feel comfortable as a well-baked strategy. But here's the puzzle as I observe it. We know that emerging biotechnologies are increasing the capacity for others at any level, from individual to state, to deploy biology to do stuff, mostly for the good, but maybe not always. And so we see these emerging biotechnologies increasing distributed capacity for bioaction, for biopower. We're still strategically operating in a regime where we believe a centralized coordinated response is how we approach solving biorisk. We've got a stockpile. Just like the French a century ago were debating how to spend the limited public treasure to secure their nation and wanted to get back to normal because the Great War was tiring and the flu pandemic was even more tiring. And the debates led to Maginot, right? Even though the emerging technologies back then were radio and internal combustion engine, and you could see that the threats would become more agile, those conversations didn't win the day back then. So what I encounter in biospace this decade is we see the threat landscape and the opportunity landscape becoming distributed. All of our thinking, all of our treasure, all of our investment is going into centralization, stockpiles. The bet would be to say, let's take emerging biotechnologies and get the order of operation right and carefully develop and deploy them to get distributed diagnostic capacity, distributed manufacturing for therapies whenever and wherever needed, and distributed vaccines. And this is even weirder than I could possibly describe in this moment. I'll just give you one last postcard and look forward to discussion. I have a good colleague in bioengineering, Michael Fischbach. When he does work on vaccines using emerging biotechnologies, he's not thinking about RNA vaccines and lipid nanoparticles and syringes. He's thinking about a microorganism that lives on our skin, naturally. And last year, they changed this organism to present an antigen that can be used to train the immune system to attack skin cancer cells. So in his mind, a vaccine is a living skin cream that you might apply, and now you have a vaccine against melanoma. Could you use no syringes, no needles, right? New types of risks, right? But what if we could pivot to a distributed biodefense network that used fully living biotechnologies to have anybody anywhere be able to access diagnostics, treatments, vaccines on a fair and equitable basis? And could we ever imagine getting the order of operation right? I'm nervous saying these things out loud because I'm not sure they're strategically correct, and it's this community that can help us figure it out or tune it in the right direction. Super grateful to be here 15 years later and look forward to our discussion.
Thanks, Joe. Lynn.
Sure. So I'm Lauryn Williams, and I am a Stanford class of 2014, as well as a CISAC honors class of 2014. And it is incredible to be back here today. Great to be on this panel talking about emerging technologies and threats, as well as to see so many familiar faces of people who I studied under and worked with and was in classes with here at Stanford. I think what I'll do is kind of start, well, I will jump to the present day and note that I currently am a director for strategy in the Office of the National Cyber Director at the White House in DC. And I will kind of take a step back from there to talk about how, as an undergraduate here working with Scott Sagan, as many of us have stories that lead right back to his office, how, as an undergraduate working and studying under Dr. Sagan, focusing on the nonproliferation regime and particularly an exception to the narrative of kind of U.S. strategic approaches to nuclear nonproliferation in the case of our kind of relationship with India and kind of normalizing its place as a kind of non-acknowledged but acknowledged nuclear power. Kind of that case study, that vignette was the focus of my undergraduate honors thesis here. And I'll talk a little bit about how I have now ended up focusing on cybersecurity, which is, of course, given that I was a political science major here and focusing on nonproliferation was not my academic area of focus. But what I really do believe, and I think is a good lesson, especially for the students in the room, is that the lessons and the skills that you learn here as a student and by interacting with the kind of community of scholars at CISAC are incredibly translatable. Focusing in on a particular discipline really does allow you to kind of zoom out and take the broader lessons and apply those to a range of technologies and national security challenges. So when I was a student here, I went, after I graduated from Stanford and very much interested in going to DC. I had spent time in DC as a face of battle student, as a CISAC student, as a Stanford and Washington student. Even being from California, having spent my entire life here, I just felt very drawn to the DC area, and so I made a direct beeline to Tino's organization at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, as a junior fellow focusing on, it's a great program, focusing on non-proliferation issues there and working with scholars who really do have a lot of connections back to CISAC. It was an incredible opportunity for me to kind of take a position that directly drew on the research that I had done here as a student, which I think is a rare opportunity. So I was able to go directly there and do a lot of writing and research, kind of further digging into the question of India's role in the non-proliferation regime. So that was incredibly special for me, and really just as a first job out of college, a way to see that the work that I had done here was translatable into a job in the real world, and thinking about even then kind of new implications of the thesis that I had done here. But I was, as I mentioned, I was very interested in government work. I had never worked in government. Even my first job in DC was research oriented and research related. But I wanted to have a chance to experience applying research and applying the skills and tools that I learned here at Stanford to policy roles. So I went to grad school, as you do, to find your way and find doors opened in government, and focused on public policy and international affairs, which allowed me to kind of take a step back from the DC area and kind of focus on a broader range of national security challenges. I did find my way into government, focusing on non-proliferation issues at the Department of Energy for a couple of years. It was a good way for me to kind of be on the ground level of working with our national partners, focusing on export control issues. We talked about China in the last panel. It was a very kind of unique opportunity for me, and this is kind of in the 2018 timeframe, where there was very limited kind of engagement, or there still is, of course, very limited direct engagement at the track 1 level, particularly with colleagues in China. But that was export controls, and nuclear non-proliferation related export controls was one kind of very narrow lane where the US government was engaging with a wide range of partners to include China, so I had opportunities to go over there several times. Fast forwarding into kind of the career pivots that have led me to where I am today, I found myself with an opportunity to move over to the Department of Defense after I'd spent time at Energy and really diving into policy issues, nuclear non-proliferation issues. Found an opportunity to move over to the Pentagon, and the way for me to kind of stay there as a younger person, kind of just looking for a door into the policy operation that, of course, Dr. Call led, and I think I just saw Vipin walk in the room, to Stanford alum that I found my way kind of working in their organizational structures there. I just wanted an opportunity to apply the skills that I had learned at Stanford, so I found myself in a kind of a newer, newly reorged organization focusing on kind of the intersection, actually, of space, nuclear, cyber threats. And so that was kind of the first opportunity for me to just walk into an organization and say, you know what, I have focused on kind of a particular set of technology and national security policy issues. Am I also able to just take a jump into the deep end and then focus on a new area of space in particular that was and is kind of a growth opportunity, a growth policy area within the Department of Defense and in the Washington area writ large. And I was able to do that as a kind of a spoiler. I found that the skills that I'd kind of gained along the way were translatable. And space policy issues, which I think we can come back to in the context of this discussion on emerging threats, are kind of a unique area where there is an incredible amount of growth in the kind of commercial sector. And you compare that with the fact that there were a lot of new organizations that were created just a few years ago. So there was a relatively new Space Force, new policy organizations within the Department of Defense, just a lot of new institutions, which was an exciting area for me as a younger person wanting to kind of make an impact in the policy world, to be able to kind of tackle some new questions in a new policy area and think about, for example, what does it mean to develop rules of the road for kind of space operators. So that was one of the first things that I got to work on when I was at the Department of Defense. And then, as I'm sure has happened to many of us, I was at the Pentagon working on kind of some tangential cross-cutting issues of space systems and cybersecurity interacted with someone who was going off to start a new organization, or going off to start a new team within a new organization in the White House that was just begun over a couple years ago, called the Office of the National Cyber Director. So about dozens of people have joined that team over the last several years to take kind of a holistic policy and strategy approach to cybersecurity at the White House level. And just to kind of put the last point on kind of the journey that has led me to where I am today, I walked into that new office looking for a new opportunity, a new challenge, and a chance to, again, kind of test the theory of whether the skills that I'd developed were translatable. And I was ready to kind of reinvent myself as a cyber person in that office. And I walked in the door, and instead they said, you are the singular person that has kind of the relatively most space expertise in our organization of cyber experts. We are kind of looking at the challenges, kind of the first shot, we call it, in the Russia-Ukraine context was a target, was kind of a nation-state targeting of a U.S. commercial space company, and that was really the opening salvo of the Russia-Ukraine conflict when you look back to February 2022. So the White House was trying to grapple with that kind of cross-cutting issue, and so I walked in at the right time for my team there in the White House to say, okay, well, someone needs to be thinking about how we address this cross-cutting policy challenge, and so I was able to kind of take and run with that issue, and that's the intersectional set of policy areas that I work on today. And with all of that said, I will give the obligatory disclaimer that I am going to talk in my very personal capacity here today, which will make things a little bit more interesting than if I am not representing the views of the White House or the federal government.
Steve, before you go on, I have to observe about Lauryn's amazing career that anybody who's able to put both CISAC and Carnegie on the resume has no limits.
Thank you very much, Lauryn. Thanks for that. Thanks from the panel. I'd like to open this up to questions from the audience for our panelists. We got a microphone to Colin. It's coming.
So I think Lauryn's story is illustrative of the fact that a lot of these emerging technologies overlap and intersect in all sorts of ways. And I wonder if the panel could talk about where they see the most interesting intersections. So, Tino, you've done a lot of thinking about AI, obviously Drew on the bio side. There's the space cyber intersection, which also, by the way, intersects with the AI problem set, given the ability to automate offense and defense, run more resilient networks and everything else that'll all rely on AI/ML in cyber and space. So could you talk about that? And Drew, I'm particularly interested in your view as we kind of enter this world of the digitization of everything, where zeros and ones are becoming living beings and all living beings are becoming zeros and ones. Where you see the bio piece of that moving forward.
So great question. Let me start with an observation about artificial intelligence, and then I'll bring it back to what back in my day at CISAC was on the mind as part of the agenda to lean into your issue, your point about the intersections. So I got interested in artificial intelligence when I was in college as a way of better modeling human cognition around how people made decisions, how they could be persuaded to take different perspectives politically, how they thought about economic information, and put all that on the shelf until I was at Treasury in the late 90s. And we had this problem around taking massive amounts of financial information that the US government could legally get access to and looking for patterns. And just about any speech that any policymaker made about what role financial intelligence or anti-money laundering could play in US foreign policy started with, we have to follow the money. And the striking thing for me back then was actually our technological tools, the algorithms we had to do that in a way that also respected privacy and set appropriate limits on the government were very limited. Over time, as I came back to academia and kind of delved into this more deeply, it was very obvious to me that well before the age of generative AI, which we're in now, this was a totally general purpose technology. So the intersections were everywhere. And I'll just give you two that loom pretty large in security, to my mind. The first is that as this technology has become less and less a specialized tool to solve a technical problem and more a way of summarizing vast troves of data, it's getting much closer to the heartland of decision making. It's getting to the area where 1 or 2 or 5 or 10 decision makers using this technology can gain purchase on almost intractable questions like exactly what should the US military do tomorrow differently from what it's doing today. And tomorrow I don't mean like in the future, I mean literally in the next 24 hours, right? The trade-off, which is inherent in a technology that is sort of asymptotically approaching the complexity of the human brain, is that we don't understand actually why it works fully. Now you can unpack that and people can say, well, there are clusters of neurons in the neural network that are firing in particular situations, but the truth is at some level, the ability we humans have to fully understand it, the very reason it's useful is that we don't fully understand it. If we did, we wouldn't need it so much in a sense. What that means to my mind is that these questions of strategy that seem inherent in human judgment that were previously easy to segregate, like how do you go from 3 or 4 war games into some shift in US diplomatic approaches to a country like China, are getting a little bit more into the zone of what we will expect AI to do. That has intersections with everything. And I think it raises interesting questions about where these models will effectively overpromise and how to effectively build into the interface features that will push the user of the model to optimally distrust it, in effect, right? That's one intersection. The other, which Drew can talk more about, is in the bio space, where, you know, this is maybe a very, very rough approximation that Drew can speak about more, but I think the number of people in the world who have Drew's level of knowledge of bioengineering is not large. I'm not just saying that as a compliment, it's a fact, right? We can talk about whether it's a couple hundred or a couple dozen. But these models are getting better, right? And what they're able to do, which is beginning to surpass what really good internet searches can do, is to enable 10x the number of people who have Drew's knowledge, but with some biological knowledge to be able to do what Drew can do. I think that creates a frontier of challenges that raises big questions about how we keep track of who's using these models and for what. Just very briefly, a CISAC point. I was so privileged to become CISAC co-director at a time when CISAC was, I would argue, an undisputed leader, maybe the undisputed leader in bringing together people to talk about and think about arms control and nuclear policy issues across disciplines in a university setting. I do not think there was a place quite like CISAC in the world. My goal was always to take that and protect it while expanding a bit to cyber and bio, and now I think, you know, because of the efforts of many people, including you, that's become a reality, but always with the mindset that the kind of thinking we were doing around nuclear, which was to hone our craft around taking really technical scientific questions and putting them in an STS or foreign policy context, was going to be very useful beyond that.
Lauryn, you want to, or you want to go next?
Sure. I mean, I think I would absolutely agree with everything that Tino noted. I was just thinking about, of course, because I really am every day kind of living in the intersection of two very, both separately and together, very, very critical technology and national security issues. So I think what I might say there is that I often find myself in audiences that are entirely space experts, and audiences that are entirely cyber experts. And you might think that these are two types of very nerdy, technical sorts of policy communities that might be able to kind of speak to each other maybe in a kind of a shared technical language. That is absolutely not the case. I have found space experts are aerospace engineers, and again, this is kind of a more kind of new developing policy area. So there's new policy that is being kind of created and developed on a daily basis. So that's one technical community. And then cyber policy experts, it's entirely kind of new, or rather entirely different sort of terminology and language and culture even. I find myself at like hacker conferences, which is just, they're all sorts of kind of different communities. And so one of the first things that we realized in thinking about from the White House level, and this is looking all across the federal government, and because I work on cybersecurity, you really have to think critically about how you partner closely with industry as well. So one of the first challenges was thinking about how we at the White House could bring together a community of shared interests and shared expertise around this cross-cutting challenge of space and cybersecurity, which was not easy. And so we have thought about that from the industry, the private sector perspective. So tried to convene and bring together cybersecurity experts that work within space companies, which is kind of a niche even within the space community. We've had a series of workshops, of technical workshops last year that the White House led to understand how cybersecurity experts in space companies think about these challenges. They feel like even within their companies that they are siloed and not kind of part of the broader mission of, for example, launching a satellite into space. So that was kind of one set of takeaways. And then when I go to cyber conferences, the question is, why should we even care about space systems? Are they the same? Aren't they the same as our kind of terrestrial critical infrastructure that we think about? And the challenge there is kind of educating that community as to why there are some overlapping challenges, but just literally the fact of kind of on orbit, satellites in space or assets in space creates a whole other world of challenges that requires then cyber experts to need to understand a little bit of how kind of orbital mechanics and how space policy works. So all that to say that this intersection, at least in these two policy areas, is something that I kind of live and breathe every day. And it's made me smarter to have to kind of translate between those two sets of communities, to think about how you kind of zoom out and talk, in plain English to both sets of communities. But you've got to also be able to dig, go below the surface to be able to have conversations with the technical experts, and then zoom that out into kind of national level policy. So I think that is the challenge of in academic institutions like CISAC, to be able to navigate in and out of different policy areas that it's necessary to understand, to come together around policy solutions, and for government and industry as well.
Thank you for your question, Colin. I think about reality through the lens of joules, bits, and atoms, energy, knowledge, and stuff, right? And so when I'm thinking about your question, it's like, how do those three dimensions collide or converge? And since AI gets a lot of attention, and I'll go to that in a moment, I want to start with energy. And what's the energy bioconvergence, right? So we're all operating on 100 watts of energy, roughly, in the room, just to maintain our corporeal being, our metabolism, right? All of humanity is a terawatt of metabolism, and then civilization is 20 terawatts, right? So that's what we need to operate a civilization. In my view, it looks like we're heading into the fourth energy empire. We had the wind empires, the coal empire, the petroleum empire. Now we got the renewable empire firing up. China installed a terawatt of panels last year. What do you do with surplus electricity? Talk about batteries. Batteries don't have to be chemical batteries. Wood's a battery, right? A covalent bond and a peptide of fat, lignocellulose, that's a battery. It's an energy storage device. And so one of the frontiers that's bubbling up at this energy biointersection is you can take surplus electricity, however you get it, fix carbon out of the air, make single carbon organics like formate, and then retune metabolism that would normally grow on glucose to instead grow on formate. So you could have yeast brewing things powered by formate made from photovoltaics, right? And it looks like a kilowatt hour of electricity is enough to get a gram of biomass. And if the material scientists and chemical engineers level up, maybe you push that 20, 30 grams of biomass from kilowatt hour. Nobody's done this at scale. But if you play napkin math with this sort of thing, you could say 20 square miles of panels lets us operate the F-35 fleet with a duty cycle of 300 hours a year of flying time. right? Again, nobody's pushed that to scaling. It's not practical at all. But it feels as important as about a century ago when we learned how to fix nitrogen out of the air by burning methane and lifted that cap on what you could do with biology, right? So I just want to highlight the energy-bio nexus. I heard the other day at a dinner that soon ChatGPT will enable anybody, anywhere, to make a killer chicken pox. And I didn't know what to think about that, except I didn't really think it was likely to happen. Killer chicken pox, but maybe I'm wrong. But it's something that's in the conversation right now because of how impressive these computational tools are. And on the frontier, work coming out of Stanford and Harvard and a few other national labs, what people are doing is they're training the large language models on the genome sequences of viruses and microbes and so on. And sure enough, those pieces of software will emit sequences that look like the genomes of viruses and microbes and so on. But they don't look viable to me when I gaze in at the letters. It would be as if you're training something on the works of Shakespeare, but you don't have any knowledge of the English language or a dictionary or grammar. And so you get character strings that come out that have the pattern of Shakespeare's sonnets, but the words don't make any sense yet, right? And it's not that this isn't going to quickly level up. It probably will. So how do we think about that? How do we respond to that? You know, a policy puzzle right now is we've got to check everything everybody's making, right? To make sure nobody's doing anything bad. And that's what's in the AI executive order, that anybody ordering DNA in the United States that's ordering DNA from an institution that receives federal funding can only order that DNA from a company that's checking what's being made. And by so doing, we will secure biology. Well, that would be like, did you know anybody anywhere can write any computer software and it's only getting worse? And Mark Andreessen says software is eating the world, so it must be dangerous. And the only way to get cybersecurity is to check every piece of software as it's being compiled, no matter for what purpose. All right, so that's an example of cyber bio in the moment. But when I look forward, and that's well-intended, and mostly what it's doing from a policy perspective is it's securing, I mean this observationally, not cynically, it's securing a very fragile emerging technology that's not making a lot of money for anybody yet, DNA synthesis, from political destruction, so that the nascent technology has a chance to just figure itself out and exist in the market. But the bigger puzzles, I see Professor Graywall's here from Cal, right? When something moves onto the network, when something moves into the realm of the digital, then you get network power, right? So where do you go for your biosolutions? Where do you go for your bio-content? Where do you go for your biopolicy? Who's got those entrenched coordination solutions that create these platforms by which we establish cultural norms, right? Promulgate a technology stack. You know, there's going to be something like the internet, but for biotechnology. It's going to be called the BioNet. How do you build and secure that, and how do you make sure that's promulgating American values? There's going to be something like Unix at the cellular scale for bioengineering living systems. I think we did pretty well that Unix came out of New Jersey, right? That ChatGPT, as puzzling as it is, came out of San Francisco, right? What if the bio things aren't coming out of North America, like what I'm talking about? So that's where the info digital bio looking forward feels much more strategically important with much higher leverage, and we're mostly sleeping on it because we're consumed with the superficial fear sticks that people are shaking around in the heat. Yeah.
I know you want to go to another question, but just two quick comments on Drew's point. I think, Drew, you're absolutely right that whatever risk perception of how AI intersects with other threat vectors has to be sort of tailored to the threats. And that is not easy, ultimately. And in a way, I think what I hear you saying, and I agree with, is mostly it's a good thing for the world when knowledge is much more easy to come by, whether it's in a web search or increasingly in a particularly intelligent interface from one of these large models. But it's not always a good thing, and ultimately it does require some appropriate response. That's point one. The other thing I just want to make sure the audience picks up on is As you were laying out how the energy-bio intersection can play out, the possibility we can make food from wind effectively is extraordinary and worth pausing on, but also worth thinking about the second-order consequences. We have some countries that are agricultural powerhouses right now, Brazil. And I know we're not exactly about to disrupt that entirely, but it's worth thinking ahead to how we can leverage what we've learned from how much the energy transition has disrupted geopolitics and created a powerful backlash from some quarters, companies, countries that don't want it to play out the way it could, and thinking ahead to how that might play out in your context.
Yeah, thank you.
Question over here.
Hi, my name's Abby Fanlow. I was a 2016 graduate of the CISAC Honors Program and 2022 graduate of the PhD in Political Science here at Stanford. And now I'm running Responsible AI Policy and Strategy in the Chief Digital and AI Office at the Department of Defense. And I'm curious if you can talk about how effective technology governance can enable innovation and adoption. And how we can sort of think about it as being that enabler while helping us mitigate risks rather than just slowing down effective adoption. Thank you.
Lauryn, you want to start? I definitely have some thoughts, but I thought you might too.
Yeah, I think that one point that Drew made I would draw out, which is that there is often, or there can often be, kind of a tendency to jump to like policy solutions maybe too soon or without finding the right balance between allowing technology to develop and understand it, especially as policymakers, before kind of preconceiving the outcome. And from where kind of I sit within the White House now, and just in DC in general, around AI, we've all kind of talked about some of the kind of policy solutions that have been reached already. There's just a lot of anxious energy. There's a lot of anxious activity. And I think especially when you sit somewhere like the White House, you're kind of necessarily a generalist because, again, you kind of have to think across the entire kind of scope of US government departments and agencies. And so I think that's kind of, for policymakers, it's worth kind of thinking about that vantage point and the fact that you've gotta be engaging with industry, with people who are kind of closer to the ground and understanding a particular technology, with academics, and that necessarily does require a little bit of time or a little bit of a lag to kind of to understand and take stock of the implications today and then in the future. But that isn't always the way that policymaking works. And so further to the point of there just being kind of a lot of solutions put out today and a lot of kind of thought leaders even within government who are looking to offer different solutions. And those solutions today, again, might not be what we need for the future. So maybe I think the point maybe is kind of a lesson to my colleagues and to those of us who are thinking about policy solutions, that there really is a lot to learn when it comes to, a lot of questions that we should be asking when it comes to emerging technologies because they're necessarily emerging, and how we think about them today or how they are, how they kind of play out in the real world today may not be what things look like in 5, 10, 15 years. But I'm a political appointee, so I'll talk about the fact that we really are thinking in kind of four-year cycles because you only have the ability to affect kind of policy change in short periods of time, and that's in some ways kind of at odds with thinking long term because you just don't know how long you have the ability to affect policy change. So lots of kind of important questions to keep in mind, especially as policymakers.
I had one very specific example and a more general comment. The specific example is when in the early days of the Obama administration, when I was working in the White House, and part of my role was to keep a connection to the Department of Health and Human Services. I had a chance to work a lot with the FDA. And one initiative that came from them that gets at your question was a recognition that on some of the line drawing that they had to do around what was regulated, what was not regulated, particularly around what counted as a medical device. The uncertainty, the ambiguity actually slowed down innovation dramatically. And they actually realized that, ironically, by being a little clearer about where they would draw the line and actually intervene, they could enable huge entrepreneurial activity. So normally, the idea we tell ourselves is basically the more restrained government is, the more cautious and careful it is in explaining what it's going to do or intervening, the better for innovation. But I think they highlighted and demonstrated that sometimes it's the other way around. So that clarification of ambiguity and less sort of holding on to the uncertainty that arises from an ambiguous statute or regulation. The more general comment is, I think it's fair to say that if you look at trade, nuclear, some of the biosciences, a lack of knowledge and also a lack of careful governance attention can create backlash from the public. So I do think also one way to think about what the government is trying to accomplish responsibly, whether it's Utah, which just passed a reasonable law at the state level around regulating certain aspects of AI in high-risk domains, or what the US government's trying to do with the executive order, is it's trying to forestall the backlash that might come from an overly open approach that doesn't take account of how to manage that uncertainty and risk perception from the public.
I just want to compliment what I'm hearing. When people put the words emerging technology together, oftentimes you target lock on the word technology and skip emerging. And so I thought, Lauryn, what you said, drawing out, the word emerging to me means we don't know what we're doing. We don't know what we're doing with the technology, we don't know what we're doing with the policy, we don't know what we're doing with the translation, and so on. And that's really important to acknowledge. And then, Tino, to your earlier comment, in that context, it becomes important to struggle and learn, including from history. And I thought your connection around energy, bio, and past examples where, we didn't get the strategy right, might inform how we think going forward. But coming back directly to your question, and I want to use DNA synthesis as a case study, policy can help an emerging technology from being destroyed. The backlash that can become bigger, but just existing at all. Unfortunately, what I experience is oftentimes it stops there, right? And so what's missing? And so here's a way I think about it. What would make DNA synthesis American? What makes DNA synthesis American? Is it that we have the capacity to synthesize DNA in the United States? Like we might think about semiconductor manufacturing? Is it where the technology can be practiced that determines what it is from a cultural, political perspective? And obviously that's important, but it's insufficient. But it's important because you're trying to govern DNA synthesis and it's actually no longer happening in this country. You've got a different governance puzzle. So then what else might it be? Well, we know DNA is about life. It encodes life. But is it also about liberty and the pursuit of happiness? What are the terms and conditions around accessing the capacity to print DNA? Should we draw upon Brandenburg versus Ohio, Jacobellis versus Ohio, the cases relating to governance of speech? Is a DNA printer like another type of printer, the press, right? And I don't have the answers around all these additional questions, but I think from a policy and governance perspective, not simply putting the shields in place to protect against the backlash or the preemptive squelching, but expanding that to say, how do we wish the terms and conditions to be framed so that as the go button gets pushed, maybe with precious public treasure initially, but eventually you get a unilateral free market rolling, right? That's an overstatement, but that, you got a different governance problem once Sam Altman starts getting money from people like Sam Altman than earlier when the AI guys had to beg money from people who didn't, necessarily want, you see what I mean? So anyway, I love your question. I saw Relman, I saw David.
Great, yeah, questions?
Since I have the microphone, thank you. My name is Stephen Band. My CISAC affiliation is pretty pathetic, I'm afraid. I'm a hanger-on. And I think I'm perhaps allowed to be a hanger-on because I was formerly a British diplomat and had some policy-making experience in defense policy and nuclear matters, etc. I wanted to follow up on the discussion you've just been having and ask about specifically the international governance of AI and whether anybody has things they want to say about that. The discussion you've just been having was very narrowly based on what's going on in the US, I thought. There's a huge amount going on internationally with people striking competing positions from the rather farcical AI Safety Summit in the UK. I'm allowed to say that as a former British diplomat, perhaps last year. Different things going on at state government level here, obviously things going on in the private sector. I wonder whether any of you would like to say anything about the process specifically that we are going to need to follow if we're going to bring something forward on an international basis.
Thank you. I'll start. And my only quibble with the framing of your question is I don't think the Bletchley Park Summit was unhelpful. I mean, it's all a question of where do you set your threshold of like what counts as an accomplishment. But I see much greater attention to AI safety specifically after that summit. And I think the declaration that occurred there was a nice way of taking the commitments that a lot of American companies had made in the run-up to the US executive order and making them a little bit more global. That said, I mean, I take your point, there's a lot of symbolism there. And the really hard, what do we say to our CISAC honors? How many honors students, graduates are there here? Former honor students. You guys will inherit all these messes and are already, and I salute you all. But one thing we tell all our CISAC honor students at the time is hug the problem, right? And I do think you could say at Bletchley, not all the problems were hugged, some were pushed for the future. And that leads me to your question. When I hear people talk about the analog of the International Atomic Energy Agency as a framework for how we might govern frontier AI, I worry that that analogy is deeply unrealistic for a lot of reasons people here don't need a lot of explanation on. But let's start with the fact that the IAEA was a US-Soviet condominium and that it purported to attempted to control a technology that had a massive hardware component that is very hard to replicate or send around the world in an instant the way you could the model weights of an AI model. So really what is needed here, I'll just put it this way, is to disaggregate the challenge into two general buckets. One bucket is what is a realistic approach that we can imagine the world taking that will take seriously the full complexity of the issue, including the upside benefits of frontier AI as well as the risks. The other bucket being the essential bilateral relationship that will determine what path the world is on when thinking about the global piece of AI governance. The first bucket, I think, is best disaggregated into three parts. The first is there ought to be, and there is beginning to be, an international effort to assess AI safety risk and the progress that AI is making quickly, on a schedule that doesn't quite have the clunkiness of the IPCC in the climate context, where you take 6, 7, 8+ years for a report. This technology is changing fast enough and is important enough and is general use enough that a 6-month to 1 year clip is really what's needed. I was gratified that another thing that came out of Bletchley is that Yasho Bengio agreed to do the first push on this. And the real question there is going to be how much to get the imprimatur of the UN without having it hobbled by the politics of anything the UN does, where almost everything has to happen by consensus. To my mind, the second piece is how to deliver benefits of AI technology to the developing world, and this is something that some people in the room here are beginning to think about, how to maybe learn from Atoms for Peace, but to really take the Kenyas, the Indonesias, the Nigerias, the Indias of the world, and speak to their desire to not only have an API that they can access, but to actually own and control some of that technology. And in exchange for what? That leads to the third piece, which is a harmonization piece, where different AI governance regimes are gradually brought into some harmony, particularly around the safety and security side. And I can say more about that. Briefly on the defining bilateral relationship, that's US-China, obviously, and I think here it's fair to say that the US and China are locked in a degree of fierce competition for advancement and control of this technology. But is it plausible to believe that at the margin, China and the US have some things in this area that they feel like they can cooperate on? I think the answer is probably yes. But exactly what the contours are, how much that gets into the biological weapons issues or terrorism, or simply promulgating codes of responsible conduct and development that both countries can be invested in, that'll be a key question that is partly bound up in the UN process, because one reason China has pushed to have the UN be the forum there is because they obviously have a key role there, but will also partly get worked out in some informal contacts and dialogues that are playing out right now.
Just a follow-up to you, Tino, as we think about some of the track 2 diplomacy and all, might AI safety be one of those areas where the U.S. and China might be able to work together and make some progress in a less controversial area?
It is the most promising area. I've seen, to my mind, just in the quiet reactions of the Chinese, for example, to Jake Sullivan's reference to not having AI technology at the core of nuclear command and control decisions, as well as in the kind of thin but important layer of Chinese civil society that is very government adjacent, a genuine interest in mapping out a safety regime that would involve some collaboration of China, the US, and other key countries.
Lauryn, do you want to add anything to this conversation?
No, I think you said it well.
Great. We've got more questions here. Where is he?
Left over there.
Okay.
Thanks so much. Maybe sticking on the China theme, I'm a Cuéllar, working in early stage tech investing, and I was a 2011 CISAC student. On the theme of China, are there any areas based upon your backgrounds and experiences where you are worried about their competitive advantage? Oriana discussed a little bit about in the nuclear domain, but curious in the ones you cover. Lauryn, I immediately think of China's work on space-based quantum communications. Drew, obviously you mentioned one in the energy space. Tino, I think about central bank digital currencies and what that means. Are these competitive advantages that we are worried about from the U.S. standpoint? Are these ones potentially that the PRC will get ahead on? And then maybe in addition there is, are you then worried, Tino, to your last point, based upon that, does that change the way they want to govern it because they are ahead in some capacity? Thanks.
Sure. I'll talk maybe a little bit broadly about how we think about kind of threats and actors in the cyber domain, maybe specifically on China. One thing I'll say, though, is that this administration released a cybersecurity strategy over a year ago, and one of the kind of key points of framing there was to think about how we, for the Biden-Harris administration, how we think about shifting the focus of what the focus is in terms of cyberspace from one that is primarily kind of threat and threat actor and in Russia and China specifically focused, but rather kind of pivoting the perspective to what can we as the U.S. In partnership with allies and partners do to kind of create a more secure, just broader cyber digital ecosystem. So that's kind of a specific shift of how this administration is thinking about cyber threats and threat actors, trying to shift the focus to what is the more affirmative vision for what we can all do, rather than kind of focused on the threat. But that being said, the threat is important. There was a recent kind of testimony, recent hearing that I think 4 leading cyber experts, or 4 cyber leads essentially for the US government, gave a couple of weeks ago. It was really focused on kind of China's capabilities and intent and an interest in kind of disrupting or kind of prepositioning to disrupt critical infrastructure here in the United States, and that's was the Senate hearing, and there's lots of kind of testimony and interesting data there. So thinking about kind of what capabilities have been shown and demonstrated, and then what might the future intent be, is something that we're really focused on in my office and kind of across the kind of leadership, highest levels of kind of cybersecurity focused organizations in the U.S. Back in DC. So I think it's important, in context of, what is the more affirmative vision? Also, absolutely keeping an eye on the ball in terms of what are the demonstrated capabilities? What might those be kind of used for or in the future? But it's definitely a balance and one that we're kind of thinking about all the time.
Go for it.
I like multilateral flourishing, but I also welcome competition, and I prefer to win by winning. So that's just a preface for what I have to offer. Washington is making policy on emerging technologies where it believes it's the case that the United States is leading across the board. We're not. And it's particularly bad in emerging biotechnologies. In 2012, in an earlier time, working with the British, David Willits and the Blair government, and the Ministry of Science Technology in Beijing, we developed a trilateral roadmap for synthetic biology, and we succeeded in installing it in London and in Beijing. And we failed in Washington over concerns related to GMOs at the time. Well, if you look to China today, they're 12 years into an all-of-nation approach on emerging biotechnology. When I was flying back from Washington a month ago, I got a chance to watch Oppenheimer, and I really didn't like that film because the scientists and nerds at the time were able to get a lab built to advance their craft. I can't do that here. You want to see what a national lab looks like for 21st century biotechnology, you have to go to Shenzhen. It's fully operational. It's the Institute for Synthetic Biology. It's a $1 billion facility. They're poised to take ownership of frontier emerging biotechnologies, and we're still sleeping. The good news is the name on the lab up the Sand Hill Road thing is called SLAC, and we could keep the letters and just mean Synthetic Life Accelerator, but we're not doing it, right? And so, that's a puzzle. Remember, I like multilateral flourishing. I think we've got an incredible opportunity around biothreats to live up to the vision stated in National Security Memorandum 15. United States of America creates a world free of catastrophic biological incidents. It displaces the previously Orwellian comments that we'll always be at war with biology. So I love NSM 15. If we lean into that and figure out the right ways to lever, as I was opening with, emerging biotechnologies to secure biology, well, we're offering solutions not only for the American people, but for the rest of the world, and might get some leverage and different types of empathy, if you will, with people we now might think of as competitors. I thought the first panel this morning was very insightful in revealing challenging assumptions around mindsets, right? And in a moment where we might be losing in key areas, perhaps we should be as smart as possible. But I would like us to also be bold and ambitious domestically.
When Drew brought up the movie Oppenheimer, I was waiting for a comment about Cillian Murphy's acting or Chris Nolan's directing, but I see your point.
I have issues with the directing too,
Okay,
but,
right.
but I'm mostly just annoyed.
I hear you. Well, so maybe in a way I'm building off Drew, and I'm going to slightly maybe sound a different note, but let me start with places where I think it's plausible to think that, that folks in China might have a bit of an advantage. Facial recognition, the intersection of digital currency, social credit type stuff, like how at scale with like more than 1 billion people, you're in real time using information about them to have them sort of scored and sorted. Don't need to belabor how much that cuts against American sensibilities. China's still the man, notwithstanding 5 years worth of rhetoric about decoupling and some realities about supply chain decoupling, China's still the manufacturing hub of the world. And I think on manufacturing intensive, really technical things that historically, like the Germans were really good at, involving like climate tech, batteries, and so on, I think it's plausible to say that there's no reason to think the Chinese don't have, in a sense, a leg up. Why do I think that does not translate into a categorical advantage in frontier AI? Well, that's because if you want to tell a story about what some of the key inputs have been to frontier AI, where the Chinese might have gotten leverage, you could have said data, energy, compute. Now, particularly, let me just focus on data, but I think this point applies more generally. This may be a little bit controversial. Not everybody who follows the technology will have the same view that I do. But I believe we're on the verge of seeing the decline of the paradigm of data or power. Yes, it's true you need a lot of data to train a frontier model. But we're on the cusp of having these models increasingly be able to train themselves. And what I mean by that is think about the incredible ingenuity of biology and evolution when it comes to how babies learn and how humans learn. The really, really powerful thing about human biology interfacing with our society is we can learn from few examples. Why do we do that? Well, we can do that for multiple reasons, but one reason we do that is because one single example is constantly thought about and tweaked in our own brains. We vary little parameters as we use kind of our imagination in our scenario planning, in effect. The more that gets built into the way we train AI, and that is what's happening right now with reinforcement learning, the less you're actually going to need to dominate on data, the less the Chinese ability to surveil everybody and turn that into data is going to turn into an advantage. I think the other frontier is going to be energy, although we'll see. This will intersect also with Drew's world. But if I see the real progress on the frontier models right now, it's not just can they do more, but can they do almost what GPT-4 can do with 15, 20, 40, 10% of the energy. Where does that lead me to? In a way, China and the US are part of a giant experiment. As an American, I would say the advantages the Chinese really do have, which is to clear people off a giant swath of land and build a giant airport in 3 years, to move money around at the drop of a dime, those are not advantages that any democratic system will ever have, right? Now, what we are betting on in the US is that we get other advantages. Drew talked about competition at the national level. I would talk about competition at the domestic level, right? We don't have command and control when it comes to bio and cyber AI. That's challenging in some ways, but it can also be a source of advantage. But if I'm honest, I will recognize that exactly how much those advantages in integrating immigrants, having more openness in our society play out over time is still a bit of an open question.
David Roman.
Hi, David Roman. I'm an infectious disease doctor and microbiologist and former co-director here at CISAC. It's great to see you all. It's great to be here. I want to ask a question, get your thoughts about what an effective toolkit might look like for both minimizing risk and maximizing benefit. And I want to return to the previous session. The idea of guardrails was raised. Drew and I were actually texting about that. Tina talked about the importance of bright lines, and Lauryn talked about related value in being drawing clear lines. And so I want to sort of expand that to the idea of sort of highways or freeways that take us to places we want to go, we hope quickly and safely. And on a freeway system, you've got not only guardrails, but you've got toll booths, you've got requirements for driver's licenses, you've got possible speed bumps, and each of these have various values and purposes. The street lights perhaps to provide greater clarity about how to get to where we want to go to more quickly and more safely. But each of them also has failings, and maybe this whole analogy doesn't even really work well when you start thinking about driverless cars and crazy cyber trucks that just want to drive themselves right through guardrails anyway. So of these kinds of tools, which ones do you think make some sense? How much do they depend upon a rational actor? And how much do we have to recognize now that there aren't necessarily rational actors out there in the use of some of these technologies? Your thoughts?
That's like 9 questions, David, but they're good ones. I'll just start with one little maybe appetizer, but I'm very keen to see what my colleagues on the panel think. If you take frontier AI, the really cutting edge model development here around language, vision, et cetera, I think there's a good argument to be made. I think that because 2 co-authors and I made the argument, so there's a good argument to be made, that you may not want licensing of these models, but probably some kind of light registration requirement is probably not a bad thing. If these models can ultimately, as they improve, I don't think we're at the point yet where the frontier models pose a genuinely divergent, like cyber and bio risk, but they're on a path, I suspect, to get better and better that way. And if they are, then just being a little aware of who's doing a training run is useful for 2 separate reasons. One, because it will allow civil servants, society, to get at least a feel for how quickly the technology is progressing. That will feed into some of these domestic and international efforts to just get a handle on what the innovation curve looks like and how different it is from the hype curve, as it were. 2, the fact that you have a very light registration requirement, at least for the frontier models, would weed out those actors who are not even willing to say that, right? And this gets to your point about the irrational or the off the equilibrium path behavior, where you can't trust everybody, but trust but verify means that if you then can focus a little bit of additional attention on the ones that say, I'm going to do this secretly, I don't want people to know that I'm training one of the most advanced AI systems in the world, will get us a little bit of progress. There's a lot to define there in terms of, well, what's the threshold, the merit registration, but I think light registration and trying to create trust, that doesn't have to mean snooping around or the government doing anything reckless with that information, feels pretty key to me in this area.
Yeah, I'm going to zoom out a little bit from maybe the specific technology areas and to maybe talk a little bit about one approach that I've been trying to implement myself, and I think we'll see whether it bears fruit in terms of thinking about the balance between threats and opportunities when it comes to emerging technologies for all the reasons that we've talked about, most specifically being the fact that emerging technologies are emerging, and we would want any policy solution especially to outlast the present moment. And so the way that I try to think about this is, it's maybe to the last question as well, it is really important to have a clear kind of understanding of what the threats are, and recognize that for all the emerging technologies that we've been talking about, there are major opportunities, there are major benefits of them, but when used by both nation state and nation state sponsored, non-state actors, there can be incredible downsides. But especially, and my focus, at least obviously for most of the time, is thinking about kind of the U.S. landscape, though a lot of interest in international perspectives as well. Thinking about the leading kind of industries that we have here, and maybe I'll specify a little bit to space, the fact that our industry leads the world here and will only continue growing. That's an important consideration to keep in mind, even when thinking about specifically the cyber threat vectors that I, sitting in the White House, want to help make sure that private sector partners and government space users, owner-operators are protected from. Thinking about what kind of the downstream impacts, maybe negative implications, could be from kind of over-indexing on a threat and presupposing what a certain policy solution that I might think could address that threat vector, not thinking about the impacts that might have in terms of constraining growth or innovation on the private sector side of things. Those are kind of important conversations to have and kind of be thinking about with both sides of your brain and thinking about what is the right policy solution. So that being said, the approach that has been helpful for me really has been to go out to both government stakeholders, government participants, and industry experts and ask them, what are the challenges that you're seeing every day? What would you like to see from the federal government in terms of helping address some of those challenges, even if I, in starting this investigative journey, might have a kind of a solution in the back of my mind that I think might be the right one. For me, in the last year, and kind of having these sorts of conversations with industry and with government partners, there have been so many different alternative solutions that have been proposed that I would have never thought of from like day one, walking in the door, thinking about what my solution might be to address the threat and allow for opportunity and innovation as well. So that kind of learning process and not jumping to the kind of quick short-term solution and allowing for learning and conversation that might yield more and different outcomes than I would have thought of on my own has been incredibly helpful. You don't always have that time to do that, but I think even just taking a little bit of time and starting a conversation with asking questions and seeking feedback from experts and those who are kind of close to working on technology issues every day, I think in general will yield kind of a wider range and wider diversity of policy options. And then at the end of the day, as a policymaker, you make a choice, but I hope it's much more informed if you kind of take the time to gather a wide range of perspectives in informing that choice.
David, I really like your question. You know, if you only have to do something once or twice, you don't need to worry about routinizing it. Right? You just do it on an ad hoc basis, you get it solved. But if emerging technologies are arriving over and again and recombining, then maybe we need this more routine way of thinking about it. I think about Amy Ziegert's work helping with others leading the Emerging Tech Review across the campus, and maybe CISAC's diversity of perspectives would help create that toolkit that you're imagining. I wanted to share a complementary aspect, though, through anecdote and then abstract it. There was a fellow in a leadership position at the Pentagon who came by a decade ago to learn about what bioengineering might do. And his first question was, you know, could you bioengineer a microbe that go in the Pacific Ocean and would help us find Chinese submarines? And I said, well, I know how to control buoyancy and get them to emit light, but how would I discriminate between a Chinese sub and an American sub? Could you tell me something about the metal or something? There are bacteria that make magnetotactic arrays, and so maybe we could figure that out. It's like, oh, good. Next question. Could you do something biological that would depower a satellite in orbit? Right? And I was like, maybe I could transit a spore from one craft to the next, and it would grow a film on a panel and slowly discharge the battery or something. Right? He's like, oh, good. And then he started asking me a third question, and I stopped him. And I said, you're asking me the wrong question. You're asking me the wrong question. Now, I understand today that he was concerned about a future in which there were arbitrary numbers of satellites and you could no longer rely on the size of the ocean to hide your carrier group, and that submarines were becoming much more strategically. So he had reasons for asking me these questions that I didn't understand at the time, but I can see it now from the perspective they had. But it was still the wrong question to ask me. And he asked me, well, what would be the right question? And I said, the right question to ask me is, how could bioengineering contribute to a world where the Chinese military doesn't feel they need submarines? Because that's the opportunity that I see in bioengineering. And when I abstract that, I think about Reverend King's speech. It wasn't the I have a guardrail speech. Right? It was the I have a dream speech. Put a star in the sky, right? Like a star in the sky that is the positive aspirational thing we're laboring towards, we're co-laboring towards. Or if it's a fear star, it's the thing we're moving away from. And who knows how we're actually going to get there, the actual journey and what toll booths and guardrails. But having that star in the sky and questioning and debating what our stars should be, I think has to be part of our toolkit.
I have to say, what I'm going to do after this panel is go to ChatGPT and say, rewrite the I have a dream speech with I have a guardrail. Is that the tagline? I don't think it's going to work.
It's not going to work. It's not going to work.
I think that's your point.
I think there are several more questions in the room, and we have limited time. What I would like to do is to get as many questions out there as we can, and then have the panel do their best. So I think that there are a couple of people here. We have questions here and in the back. Let's see what we can get asked.
Thanks. So Amy Ziegert, Senior Fellow, CISAC, former co-director CISAC. So I want to double click on something that Drew said. Emerging means we don't know what we're doing. Help us understand what we don't know. What's the most important or most consequential question or debate in each of those technologies? So help us bound the uncertainty. Which uncertainties are more important than others?
Scott?
My question's for Drew as well, but it connects to the interesting discussion we had in the first panel about the difficulty of asking the Chinese to be more credible and transparent about no first use, given that we have so many first use potential clauses in our own nuclear policy. Both the Trump administration's nuclear posture review and the Biden administration's nuclear posture review added a phrase that said that we hold open the option of using nuclear weapons first if someone uses a non-nuclear strategic weapon that has strategic effects, it was widely interpreted to include the use by Russia or China of biological weapons that killed lots of American or Allied civilians. Alan Weiner and I have challenged that interpretation, saying that it would be illegal to deliberately target civilians under the additional protocol of the Geneva Conventions. And under the principle of precaution, you'd want to use conventional weapons if you wanted to attack a biological weapons site to destroy the offense. You're raising a very different option, which is to have deterrence by denial, not deterrence by punishment. So my question is that realistic to use bioengineering in the future to defeat a biological attack against the populations of US and allies? And how should we think about the offense-defense arms race there between offensive uses of bioengineered weapons versus defensive capabilities?
And can you pass the microphone right behind you?
Andreas Kuhn, former CISAC cyber fellow. I wanted to point to kind of a little detail that we haven't heard much about today, which is like the private sector industry. When you think about emerging technology, all what drives that is the private sector, and I think at the same time there seems to be a tendency that we look at this very kind of from a government-centered perspective, and I wanted to see if you have in the remaining few minutes some thoughts on what that role is and how we can bring this more into this productive conversation.
Okay, we've got 8 minutes. What I want to do, this is simple. We got a brilliant panel. We're just going to go down. We'll start with Lauryn. We'll go down the panel, and I want you, out of those very thoughtful questions, give your best shot for a couple minutes, and then pass it on down the line.
Sure, I'm going to take your question, Andreas, because I think the approach that you mentioned, which is for government to expand our minds and express some humility that we do not have all of the answers, and much less to be able to kind of come together in government-centric rooms in DC and come up with the right policy solutions for emerging technologies without having private sector partners truly part of the conversation. That is maybe unfortunately kind of has been kind of the prevailing approach, but it is the opposite approach that I have kind of tried to lean into in my work looking at space and cybersecurity, and it definitely is countercultural. So just very quickly, anecdotally, in trying to tackle what at the national policy level we as the White House should be doing to help private sector companies, both here in the US in particular, given the national policy kind of scope, but also not limiting interactions and kind of innovation that spans borders and working with international partners. What we did and what I did last year was recognize that there needs to be a policy solution, but that you absolutely cannot tackle that without understanding what private sector challenges are. So very literally, we pulled together rooms like this of primarily industry and just a few of us from the White House, and just asked a set of kind of targeted questions. What are the challenges that you're facing today? What should we, as government, know about things like information sharing? How is information being shared back and forth? Spoilers, badly, from government to private sector about cyber threats to space systems in particular. Why is it that private sector is, in some cases, hesitant to share that information with the government? Spoilers, that it doesn't come back often. It just stays inside and it doesn't benefit others. So very tangibly, we just asked these sorts of seeded questions. In heading out to different parts of the country to have conversations with space companies, including here in California, honestly, at the very beginning, didn't expect to get a lot of honest feedback just because of the general kind of barrier that has existed for many reasons to kind of sharing openly between government and the private sector. But I was surprised by the true, honest interest in engaging, in helping me learn kind of the more technical considerations, the more tangible ways that the government can help kind of raise the collective kind of cybersecurity of space systems that we rely on for everything we do here on Earth. And so to the last question, just by asking open questions and being in rooms that were primarily private sector, with just a few of us from government, we got a lot of kind of great policy relevant recommendations and options and things to think about and consider from those conversations with, at the end of the day, about 300 people and about 125 space companies that we fed back into the federal government process. So my colleagues in government were more aware and informed of private sector perspectives, and then ultimately, at the end of the day, kind of influenced the direction that the vice president, as the head of the National Space Council, wants to go in terms of coming up with a policy solution. So it took a lot of time, a lot of humility. I am neither a technical cyber expert or a technical space expert. And so like generating and gathering insights and feedback from the private sector was critical for me to be able to head back and try to communicate those insights to my government colleagues. And then from those insights, think about what the right policy approach might be. So it's not a representative example of the kind of willingness to engage and listen to and learn from private sector perspectives, but I hope it's one that will be kind of repeated in the future.
I'll try and be fast. I'll do in reverse order. For-profit companies are one of the best ways we've got of organizing people in our society to do stuff. And if we lose on that, we lose. The best things I'm seeing in the biodomain are not direct appropriations into the private companies per se, but creating deferred structures that incentivize private capital coming off the sidelines on scales bigger than anything Schumer's office can access, right? So if I had the puzzle of how do I get 1,000 biofactories built in the United States within the next 15 years, and I need $1 trillion to do that, I've got to incentivize JP Morgan, Deloitte et al., right? And maybe I do that with bio bonds that are tax-free at the state level, right? To underwrite a bio belt with private capital. A lot more creative thinking on that would be warranted in my view. Scott, your question is the answer to Amy's question. But there's another answer to Amy's question. So could we get to biosecurity through a strategy known as resilience, right? By living up to the dream posed in National Security Memorandum 15. Can we create a world free of catastrophic biological incidents? And we could even be more ambitious than that if we wanted. Could we make all infectious disease operationally obsolete at a personal health, public health, ecological health, and political health level? Like, let's go do it, right? How to go do it is an open question. It's a big question. And what I was trying to pose in my opening comment was perhaps our approach should be to carefully leverage emerging biotechnologies to secure biology. But that's a hunch right now. It's not supported by decades of scholarship and doctrine. We've just got some interesting data points. But I think that's one of the big questions around how bio evolves. Can we bring it forward safely and responsibly? The other big ambiguity around biology and biotechnology is, and this will sound strange, but I really mean it, how do people feel about it? I'm afraid of falling from heights. I have no idea why. It's an instinctive fear. My wife is afraid of spiders. I don't know why, but she is. Some people are instinctively afraid of bioengineering, biophobia. Fear's gift is the opportunity to become collectively courageous. So I will sit under the structure that might fall on me or drive across a bridge that could fall, because professionally and culturally we've figured that out. And so I have this puzzle in my mind around, it starts with biophobia, which is real, and can we learn to fall in love with biotechnology as it emerges?
When I think about your question about the private sector, I go back to the road and the point about what road are we on? I think of private firms as cars on the road. I think we're not going to get to our destination without them. And whatever technology we've touched on, whether it's space or bio or AI, the private sector has a pretty key role. And in a market economy, I think the really big and interesting questions for us are how to hit that sweet spot on the road where the private actors are not too entangled with government. Think, Eisenhower's warning about the military-industrial complex, but also not so disengaged that they care not at all to comply with the law or to trade with North Korea or whatever. And that balance is hard to strike, actually. Now, historically, in areas that are particularly important to national security, we've struck that balance in part through a combination of defense and industrial policy. But I have never seen a domain like AI where all the frontier activity is happening purely in the private sector with little, if any, government money at the end of the day. I mean, the government money is sort of chasing the private money. That leads to some really interesting dynamics. It was not an accident that before that executive order was promulgated by the White House, there was quite a bit of robust consultation with the frontier private actors, both to make sure that the road ahead was clear for them, because innovation is important, but also to make sure there was a mutual understanding of where the guardrails, if I can put it that way, were that defined the road in the first place. And that brings me to Amy's question. When I think about what is truly different about an emerging technology, I start from the premise that to me, like a good lawyer, the distinction between an emerging technology and a non-emerging technology is pretty gray. I think all technologies are emerging. Fossil fuel technology is emerging even at this moment. But the curve of progress and dramatic change can be sharper sometimes. That's true about AI. But the other big thing that follows from why we should care about the curve being that sharp and why over 7 months, 3 years, you get really different outcomes is disruption around our society and our political economy. We've only talked about that a little bit, but I will tell you right now in AI circles, if you take 100 policymakers from all over the world who are all powerful in some way in thinking about AI, I think it's fair to say that the conversation among them would raise 4 sets of concerns, and I'm going to list them for you. One is national security. The second is concentration of market power, like who has power over this technology, and is it just a few actors? How are consumers going to be protected? The third is national competitiveness. How is China going to fare versus the US versus India versus Germany? And the fourth is everything else. It's democracy, it's labor, it's social relationships, and everything else. The kicker here is that that list is in order, to my mind, which is to say, I think the last bucket of issues is the one getting the least attention. And I think if there's something you can trace from the history of CISAC is that ultimately, even the hard security issues get affected by these things like labor market disruptions, political economy changes, social disruptions. I have a point of personal privilege since I know we're closing. Some of you in this room will be here for the 80th anniversary of CISAC. I have a small request, and that is for you to keep in mind the history that has brought us to this point. I have a hope, which is that the world's a little bit less of a mess when that happens, and please send my regards.
I want to thank the panel. And I also just want to extend my thanks to the audience for the terrific questions and just the real dynamism that the session created.
Thank you, Steve. Great job.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Right, but I mean, the logical place to start with John is yeah, although we're not giving them awards. Well, they're dead, but I'd like to. Yeah, of course. And then Bill is the first one on the list after that. Do you have any idea how to work this? Green? Okay. Yeah, of course. Sorry. Perfect. Okay. Shall we just start? Yeah. Okay. And then I'm going to turn to you for Bill. Just for Bill. And I'll turn to you for Bill. All right, well, that was quite a panel. In fact, all the panels have been really good. Thank you, guys. It's my happy task, we'll keep it brief, but it's my happy task to acknowledge the core of co-directors who have led CISAC from the beginning. And they break into two categories, those who are with us and those who have departed. And it is logical, I think, and appropriate that we start with the latter, that is John W. Lewis and Sidney D. Drell. I've referred to John in my opening remarks today, looking at Carol. John was a man of remarkable talents, remarkable accomplishments, remarkable character. Not always a joy to work with, but God knows I learned a lot. And what can you say about Sid Drell? A giant in theoretical physics, a giant in American arms control policy. And it is a particular pleasure of mine, given the debt that I owe the two of them, to acknowledge them to begin. Sidney Drell and John Lewis. And now, I'm going to turn the program over very briefly to Scott, who I think has some special words for Bill Perry. Bill already knows all the words I would say about him, so I'm happy to pass it to Scott.
Well, in addition to honoring Bill's role as co-director, part of what we want to do for this session is honor him in a different way, is by creating the William J. Perry Lectureship. So with donations from a number of people here in the audience, we thank you. And with others who are not here today, we raise an endowment that we will have in perpetuity the William J. Perry Lectureship in International Security at CISAC. And the first holder of that lectureship is Rose Gottemoeller. So congratulations, Rose. Thank you, Bill, for all your service and all that you've done for the nation and what you're doing today. And thank all the donors here, and let me turn it back to Chip.
Thank you, Scott. And thank you, Bill. So the way we're going to do this is I'm going to utter the name of the co-director in question. We ask that that co-director stand and identify himself or herself, and then you will be rewarded, so to speak, with a small token of CISAC's appreciation. So the first on the list is Professor David Holloway. David, if you would stand. This one? That would be David. Thank you, Scott. And thank you, David. Next on the list, and you have to stand for this because you're a two-termer. Next on our list is Michael May. Oh, I'm out of order. Michael May. Michael? Delighted, Michael, to thank you for your service, and there's your token of the center's appreciation. Next on our list, oh, we're out of order, but that's okay. Scott, you can stand again. Scott Sagan. Who's now in his second go-around. Chris Chiba. Is Chris with us today? No, he's online, I believe. Chris, are you there? I heard something. Was that Chris? He's online. You mean he's on a computer?
I am recovering from an operation. I'm very glad to be here virtually.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. We will hold your token of appreciation until we can see you again. There he is. Hey, Chris. Thank you. Next on the list is Steve Stedman, but Scott tells me that Steve is teaching. Is that right? Great. Sig Hecker, science co-director, is Sig. He's on Is he? Sig, are you there? Sig? Can you hear us, Sig? Well, let me, in case he's not available, let me thank Sig for his service, his spirited service, and we'll make sure that he also gets his token of appreciation. Next up is Lynn Eden. Lynn, thank you for your service and for your contributions, your enormous contributions to CISAC over the years. Next is Tino Cuéllar. Where's Tino? There he is. Thank you, Tino. Congratulations. And though he has forsaken us for others, we still love him. So. David Relman. David, I know, is here because you got a question. Thank you, David, for your service and for your questions. Your questions are always remarkable. Thank you. Next on the list, Amy Ziegert, I know, is here also. Amy, thank you. Next up, Colin Cole. Colin, thank you. And Rod Ewing, who's current Rod. And Scott, you got to stand up again. This is great. Scott Sagan, ladies and gentlemen. And Harold Trincanus. Harold, where are you? There he is. And Harold, thank you very much. So there's actually one name missing from this list. Chip. Hi, Chip. You, sir? Yeah, yes, I did. When was that? 1987-88. That was the academic year when John Lewis actually took a sabbatic leave, the first and last time. Yes. So. Thank you, Chip. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Thanks, guys.
Great. We're going to begin this session following the motto that I mentioned in the very beginning, that everybody in the audience could be on a panel. Now you are going to be, because those of you who would like, we'd like you to use your cell phone to get into this QR code and predict how many states will have nuclear weapons in 2045. That says 100 years after the bombings of the Second World War. And then list which states. I've been told that they may ask you to register when you do that. You don't need to do the registration. You can still poll anyway. And we'll be discussing this during the panel. So I want to give you a minute to do that, and we'll come up with the results afterwards. Okay, are you able to get into it? So if this group here, go ahead and get a quick chance to vote. Okay. So in 1963, President Kennedy gave a speech in which he acknowledged that he was haunted by the feeling that by 1970, 7 years later, there'd be 10 nuclear powers instead of 4. And by 1975, there'd be 15 or 20. And he thought a world in which 15 or 20 or 25 nations would have these nuclear weapons as great as possible danger and hazard. This statement was a conditional statement. He said, if we don't do something about this problem, this is what he predicted, and this was based on what then was a top secret study done by the Pentagon about what countries had estimated number of years before they had their first nuclear test, their IRBMs, intermediate range ballistic missiles. What was their arms motivation? You see a number of NATO countries, France, West Germany, Italy, Belgium, Netherlands, Canada, are now then neutral, but now NATO member, Sweden, Japan, India, Israel, Egypt, the United Arab Republic, Brazil, Australia, Norway, China, which it predicted unclear, maybe a year or two away, East Germany, Czechoslovakia, and Poland. Here's what happened. You see that every 5 years or so, a new country developed nuclear weapons. USA, Russia, the UK, France, China in '64. The Israeli government and the United States government have never acknowledged whether or not Israel has nuclear weapons, but most scholars using declassified documents will say that Israel most likely developed nuclear weapons in 1967. India, South Africa, Pakistan, Ukraine, Belarus, Kazakhstan inherited nuclear weapons with the collapse of the Soviet Union, but all got rid of them in the next 5 years. And South Africa also got rid of its nuclear weapons, and North Korea was the latest. We've asked our group of scholars today to talk about who's going to get nuclear weapons, how do they think about the nuclear proliferation problem, tell us a little bit about your research, and help us think through what research should be done in the future in this area. And I will turn, as we did in the last panel, to ask each of them to introduce themselves, what their current position is, what their CISAC connection is, and then go right into their talk. I've given them all no more than 10 minutes, then we're going to get your polling results, and then we're going to have an open discussion. Francesca, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much, Scott, and good afternoon, everyone. Happy birthday, CISAC. My name is Francesca. I am currently at the Belfer Center, Harvard Kennedy School, actually running a fellowship that is really the sister of the fellowship I had the chance to experience here at CISAC in 2012 and 2013 when I joined as a MacArthur nuclear postdoc fellow. And I want to give you a little bit of a vignette of how I approach CISAC and how I think very fondly of my experience at CISAC. You know, during the orientation, I look at you, Amy Ziegert. During the orientation, people went around and asked the question, what are you most proud of? What is your greatest achievement that brought you to CISAC? And I said, my shoe collection. And I said that, and I want to repeat this today, because what we do in this room, it's really important, right? We deal with really, really important issues. But there is nothing more important in our professions than to have a place where we feel comfortable, where we can also laugh and exchange a little bit of jokes, where we don't necessarily need to take ourselves always so seriously, and where we actually respect each other. And for me, CISAC did all this. It wasn't only that they really appreciate my shoe collection, as certainly you and Amy did, but they also allow us, right, to move in this comfort zone and experiment a little bit with our scholarship. I think this is, if you do this, especially for the new generation, I think you have done a fantastic, fantastic job already. So Scott has asked us to predict a little bit the future, and I want to bet that the number of countries that by 2035, not 2045, but 2035, in 10 years from now, the number of countries who have nuclear weapons is 10. This is the magical number I'm betting on. And to back my conviction, I'm going to put $5 on, okay? I'm betting $5, and I want to tell you why I think this is the case.
Harvard University, watch out. There's a big bet going on
It's
here.
$5. Now, $5 because fundamentally I think the pressures today coming from three main factors would allow at least one of the prospective proliferators to cross the threshold. I think there are three factors that really could push one of the many potential really to decide to acquire nuclear weapons. One is certainly regional insecurity. More than geopolitical rivalry, I think the regional insecurity at various levels will actually probably convince countries that nuclear weapons is the way to go for their security. I think the second factor is going to be the wrong lessons that we are actually taking from Ukraine. I've heard a really bad narrative about Ukraine and having nuclear weapons, and I strongly recommend we take seriously the scholarship that has come out also of Belfer Center of my colleague Mariana Bujerin. Steve Miller has written a lot about this. And unless we actually take the right lessons out of Ukraine, I think proliferation might actually be more likely. And then the third, in my view, factors that will lead at least one country to acquire nuclear weapons is because I think there is a conviction out there that proliferation is no longer on the top of the agenda of great powers. The great powers are today very concerned about deterrence, strategic stability, and so on and so forth, and proliferation might be a sort of secondary topic, right? And so the idea is, might be convincing for some that, look, maybe this is an environment that might be more tolerant, right, for potential proliferators. Now, I think, to me, the question that is interesting is not so much how many, but who will be the next proliferator. And there, my $5 will actually get me 3 gambles. Now, if I'm in Washington, my answer is going to be Iran. And I think there are a lot of convincing arguments that says, look, Iran has really moved very fast and in a very specific direction. They might be, as the Israelis call it, one screwdriver away from the bomb. But if I travel to Beijing, the question becomes a very interesting one. And Beijing can say, well, in 10 years from now, I actually bet on South Korea, or on Japan, or both. They would actually have also a convincing argument, especially when it comes to Japan. If you look at the complexity of their nuclear infrastructure, Steve Miller called Japan a deeply de-alerted nuclear weapon state. What's missing basically is intention, right? So China would have a similar claim to potential proliferation calculations. If you go to Moscow, then it becomes even more interesting, because I think Moscow should actually bet on a country you had on the list, which was Poland. If I were Moscow right now, I would think, I don't care about South Korea or Japan or Iran, but I would care a lot about what Poland is thinking. Now, of course, the point here is that concerns over proliferation more and more depend on where you sit on the geopolitical map, right? And what we perceive to be a proliferation crisis over Iran might actually be perceived very different in Indo-Pacific or in the Middle East or, for example, in Europe. Now, to me, the second question is then, how will the regime cope with the next proliferator, right? How is it going to accommodate or change in order to address that proliferation crisis? And when I talk about nuclear non-proliferation regime, I go beyond the NPT. I think I'm thinking about all the institutions that somehow have helped us, including the Nuclear Suppliers Group and others, to actually tame proliferation. Now, I think the nuclear non-proliferation regime has been reactive, so we have not been able to anticipate crises, but I think has been a regime that is both resilient and adaptable. And at every single crisis, they moved in a way the post, and they've actually really improved. If you think about, for example, the India test led to the creation of the Nuclear Suppliers Group, Iraq, 1991, led to the additional protocol. So what we know historically is that the nuclear non-proliferation regime is able to adapt in a context of bipolarity, when you had the United States and the Soviet Union collaborating, or in the context of unipolarity, the United States leading the way. I think the question today is, how will the regime adapt in a situation of multipolarity? when you have multiple power centers, you have multiple states with different contrasting interests, where proliferation could become a bargaining chip. Let me point just two more points, and I finish this. I think differently from before, and perhaps different from the existing literature, I think nuclear latency that we have studied as a question of deterrence, right? If a nuclear latent country has a deterrence utility in a way, should actually be understood today, especially in great powers competition, as nuclear latency as a bargaining chip. It might be that at some point, one of the great powers, Russia, United States, or China, and potentially also India at some point, might see a new proliferator as an interest to undermining the security of one of their rivals. A nuclear latency, therefore, becomes a potential great power leverage or a bargaining tool in a way that we have not necessarily seen before. Last point. I think the behavior of great powers also has to be examined here. And I know some of you will throw tomato at me. I see Vipin, for example, on the thing. I'm sure some of you will contest what I'm about to say. But none of the great powers in the very last few years has given any, in my view, real signal that nuclear non-proliferation actually really matters. And let me give you examples. China, fissile material cutoff treaty. They are doing everything they can. They push Pakistan or India. But the reality is, it's the Chinese that fundamentally don't want, has zero interest in touching the fissile material cutoff treaty. And if you are interested in nuclear non-proliferation, you'll be interested in getting a treaty like this. Russia, de-ratifying the CTBT. Now, if you're really interested in nuclear non-proliferation, you'll be interested in preventing countries from testing, right? And the United States. Now, this is where you will throw tomato at me, but AUKUS has to be understood in that context. Now, I understand perfectly, this is not a violation of the NPT, right? But I think the perception here is that the United States is able to use loopholes in treaties to advantage its own allies. And so in the proliferation gambling, you would actually agree maybe with China, that also the United States is signaling something here, that they might be more tolerant or lenient towards less restrictive proliferation rules. Final point. What do we need to research today? I think we are dropping the ball on nuclear non-proliferation. And I say this because if I look at the fellows that we are hiring and we are taking to the Belfer Center right now, most of them focus on nuclear deterrence and arms control. I think proliferation is really sliding on the sideline, to be honest. And most importantly, one thing I would like to hear more about is how China thinks about nuclear non-proliferation. If you look at the scholarship, most of the things we have talked about are US-Soviet relation, or the United States and the allies. But what are the initiatives that China has, for example, supported historically? How did China relate to nuclear proliferation in the past, including, for example, India and Pakistan? So I would like to see more, actually, on nuclear non-proliferation in general. I would like also to have a serious conversation about what are the limitations of the governance mechanisms we have today. I have a vague sense that the NPT is no longer sufficient to address many of the dialogues that need to happen at the great powers level. And I think, Euros, you were saying how important it is. And so when we talk about cooperation between China and the United States on non-proliferation, I think this is exactly what it means. And I'm wondering, and I'm putting on the table, whether there should be an initiative where we think about a great powers dialogue on non-proliferation. Say a track 2 dialogue or a presidential initiative or some kind of dialogue that really focus on signaling to potential proliferators that all great powers have zero interest in seeing an additional proliferator crossing the threshold. The final topic I would like to see research more, which we used to do in the past, is on illicit markets. We have dropped the ball catastrophically on this. If you remember in 2003, 2004, it was all about terrorism and nuclear weapons and so on and so forth. Illicit markets right now, to me, are extraordinarily important. We are seeing, for example, the limitations of sanctions, right? We have long discussions about supply chains. I think it would be really interesting to understand a little bit where are the illicit markets, for example, for fissile material today, right? Where are the black holes in the global trades where there could be potential proliferation risks? I stop there. Happy birthday, CISAC again.
Thank you, Scott. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Benoît Pelopidas. I'm the one who's going to try to use slides on this one. So I'm an associate professor at Sciences Po. I was a postdoctoral fellow here in 2011, 2012 under the extraordinarily generous mentorship of David Holloway. I've been an affiliate since then. And when I was invited to this, I thought, what is it that I could possibly say that it's going to be relevant to CISAC's anniversary? So I thought, I'm French, and I've tried to create a nuclear policy research and teaching center in France after being trained at CISAC. So what I'm going to tell you about before addressing the topic of the panel is what I've learned at CISAC that helped me create this object which we call nuclear knowledges. And so that's, I think, relevant to the anniversary for two reasons. The first reason is actually in this room, is that over the years, essentially, nuclear knowledges has allowed me to host present or former CISAC colleagues. And here I'm thinking about Deepak and Austin, who are in the room. And so that's the kind of intellectual companionship since 2017 onwards. But also, you'll see the scholarship that we've produced is in many ways inspired by what I've discovered by passing through this odd Californian place. So the Nuclear Knowledges program was created at Sciences Po in 2017, and it is simply the first independent research program on nuclear weapons policies in France, which means that we refuse any funding that carries conflicts of interest. And we hope that this is going to allow us to ask previously under-researched questions about nuclear weapons realities. So here is where you'll see directly the CISAC influence. The first one is when I got my fellowship, I obviously read the limits of safety, because that's what you do. And in the limits of safety, I was struck by this discussion about it was not just skill, but it was also luck that prevented unwanted nuclear explosions. And so I'm kind of slow. So it took me a decade to think about how can we make this issue of luck researchable. And so that led to me trying to craft a category of lucky cases of avoidance of unwanted nuclear explosions, as opposed to controlled cases, and then to do research and interviews to document and essentially establish cases of unwanted nuclear explosions due to luck, and then articulate with other team members how thinking in terms of luck cannot be reduced to risk thinking. So that's some of what you see on the slide. The other kind of CISAC connection, because I see that people who are annoyed with me in this room will say, oh yeah, the only thing that the guy did is read one sentence in Scott's book. I've tried to do just a little more. So the other thing that I enjoyed was going to the social science seminar and to the science seminars, even if you'll anticipate which ones I understood better than the others. And so what that allowed us to do is simply to realize that combining the two allows to ask questions that, at least in the topics I was interested in, were not asked adequately. So, for instance, I kind of joined forces with my friend and colleague Sébastien Philippe to do a reassessment of the performance of the first generation of the Forster Frappe. And to do that, you needed to do what I was sort of able to do, which is to look at US and UK perceptions of the performance of the Forster Frappe. But you also needed Sébastien, who was able to do the technical assessment of what the Forster Frappe could do. And with the combination of the two, we essentially documented that at least until 1974, the French nuclear arsenal was technically incapable to hit the designated targets, and the Allies knew that. So that's the type of things that we as a collective became able to do, because I essentially went through CISAC and realized that those are kind of arrangements that are conceivable. Dr. Blacker this morning told us the opening story about CISAC, and I was struck by the fact that the funding question was important. So I just want to emphasize one finding, which I think might be relevant because, the MacArthur Foundation has moved away from the nuclear weapons field, and the Stanton Foundation at some point is going to sunset. So what's important for CISAC to remain the great place that it has been so far, maybe to pay attention to the fact that we found something totally trivial, which is that in the realm of nuclear weapons policy, what is true everywhere else is also true, which is if your analysis is funded by parties that actually have conflicts of interest, that introduces all sorts of biases that we've documented by looking at the funding of the top 45 nuclear weapons policy think tanks worldwide. So I'm happy to tell you more about this. So now, back to the subject of the panel. And a lot of what I'm going to say essentially reinforces what Francesca told you already. I'm going to make 4 points, 1 per minute, so that Scott doesn't tell me that I'm going over time.
1 per 30 seconds. So.
Okay, I can do that. So the first one is that there is no inherent desire for nuclear weapons. It's a point that has been made and remade over the last 15 years, but the field is still reluctant to really accept it. The second one, building on what Francesca said, is that the P5 have been drivers of proliferations and not just guardians of non-proliferation. So in that context, it's important not to fuel desire for those weapons by propagating the Ukraine fantasy counterfactual that if it had kept Soviet nuclear weapons, it wouldn't have been invaded. And the fourth point will be a potential new argument in the case against proliferation, which consists in taking seriously planetary boundaries. So let's go into this. You're familiar with that point, so I'll go a little quickly. Renunciation has been more frequent than maintained proliferation at 3 levels. Among all states, at least 143 have never had any nuclear weapons-related activities. Among states with nuclear weapons activities, with 30 out of 40 deciding away from nuclear weapons acquisition, and among host states, where 15 have ceased hosting and didn't acquire nuclear weapons. So it's key to not get stuck with the proliferation disarmament dichotomy, which wrongly assumes an inherent desire for nuclear weapons. And I'm sure Louis will tell you more about why that's wrong. The second point is about the P5 role. You can summarize that in very simple terms. Simply, no nuclear weapon state today has reached that status without the help of at least one permanent member of the UN Security Council. And similarly, no permanent member of the UN Security Council has a stainless non-proliferation track record. So we need to take that seriously, and AUKUS is the point, if we want to pursue non-proliferation into the future. But we also need to think about evaluating and overvaluing nuclear weapons by, and here I'm thinking about my own country, perpetuating the idea that small nuclear arsenals are necessary and sufficient risk-free security providers, because that unduly obviously makes nuclear weapons desirable. That's simply the visual representation of what I told you. I just want to emphasize the scholarship of Dr. Anna Konieczna, who's found new primary sources evidence on French-South African nuclear collaboration that you can read about in the Nuclear France edited volume that we just put out recently. That's simply amplifying what Francesca said. It's crucial, if we don't want to create desire for nuclear weapons, to not propagate the false idea that Ukraine would have not been invaded if it had kept the weapons, not just because it was not possible anyway, but also because it wouldn't have provided a deterrent capability, because those weapons could have been sabotaged, also because the tactical weapons were removed early, and finally, because Russia had a non-proliferation obligation and might as well have gone in earlier to get those weapons out. My final argument is that there is a subfield of climate security research which focuses on the consequences of climate change on national security. But for our purposes here, the opposite question is crucial and remains insufficiently researched. And I want to single out 2 exceptions. Nita Crawford's great book, The Pentagon War and Climate Change, and Shirley Vageland's article, Climate Security Reversed in Environmental Policy. So that's my wish for work we could do together until the next CISAC anniversary. See if proliferation, either horizontal or vertical, aggravates climate change and affects other planetary boundaries. Then those effects could be additional arguments against it. Thank you, and happy birthday, CISAC.
Thank you. Luis.
I don't need it, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Luis Rodriguez, and I'm an assistant professor of international security and law at George Mason University. Scott asked us to basically talk a little bit about our CISAC connection before talking about the topic of the panel. So let me give you a little bit of personal context. I did my PhD at Hopkins on lawmaking and the strategies that developing countries use to try to regulate the use of force. And I was not a nuclear expert. I didn't call myself a nuclear expert. And I think that CISAC invested on me as a potential nuclear expert. And they gave me the resources, not only different nuclear fellowships, but also gave me the community to become an expert on this. And on top of that leap of faith, CISAC also gave me the space and the community to explore these topics and be creative. And I am at the intersection of many identities, but I never felt tokenized or cornered to explore a topic just because of one of those identities. And I cannot tell you how many times I have been at different fora where people ask me what the Global South is thinking about proliferation. All of the Global South. And that did not happen here. CISAC encouraged me to be creative and rigorous, ambitious and nuanced, and find the similarities and the differences in the Global South and how these countries interact with the global nuclear order without essentializing them, but also without overlooking the different similarities that these countries have. And that is what is going to inform my talking points today about proliferation and the proliferation prospects in the Global South. I share Benoît's concern about assuming that all countries, given the opportunity and without effective constraints, would opt for getting nuclear weapons. And this assumption of universal nuclear desire has permeated the nuclear literature, especially when it comes to analyzing developing countries and what the Global South is going to do in terms of proliferation. There is also an assumption in the nuclear lawmaking literature that developing countries want to keep the proliferation option open and that they have fought to keep this option open. That's why the story goes, the Global South fought hard for the right in the NPT and the inalienable right in the TPNW to access peaceful nuclear technologies. Some folks have even called the NPT an instrument that codifies a right to proliferate. And I'm not so sure about that conclusion. Several scholars, some of them here, Benoît, for example, have shown that we cannot assume a priori that there is a uniform, universal desire to get nuclear weapons. But policymakers have also questioned this assumption. There are several nuclear weapon-free zones, the TPNW, for example, that illustrate how for a lot of countries, nuclear arsenals are not a tool that they see as a necessary element to provide for their security. Nuclear weapons even represent a source of insecurity for some of these countries, because trying to develop nuclear arsenals could potentially open them to being attacked, to prevent proliferation, could also cause different domestic opposition, especially with a lot of folks thinking that those were resources that could be implemented domestically in a lot of different social or economic policies. So for a lot of different countries in the Global South, nuclear weapons are actually more of a risk than an asset. Now, the Global South commitment to non-proliferation doesn't mean that these countries do not understand how deterrence works and that they do not understand the strategic benefits of potentially getting a nuclear weapon. Lauryn, for example, is leading a project that studies how publics around the world think about nuclear issues, especially when it comes to nuclear ethics and nuclear strategy. And based on those results, we are co-writing with Stephen Herzog a paper where we report how publics around the world, including several developing countries, are willing to proliferate if they need arsenals to provide for their security. So we can see how publics, even in the Global South, are very aware of the strategic benefits of getting nuclear weapons. So my predictions about proliferation are based on the idea that it is not helpful to assume that there will be kind of a proliferation domino effect in the Global South. Instead, I think that we should pay attention to how much the non-proliferation regime reinforces the decision that some countries have made that basically nuclear weapons do not provide for their security, and that nuclear weapons are not a necessary tool to get or achieve their own security. So with all of this in mind, I share a lot of the same predictions that Francesca had. I think that if proliferation begins, I think that the countries that already see nuclear weapons as tools to promote security will be the ones to potentially get them. That is no surprise, and I think that the numbers would be potentially 4, Iran, South Korea, Poland, but I would throw in there Egypt, potentially, depending on different security aspects in the area. So, with all of this in mind, and mindful of my time, I'm worried about 2 dynamics that I think that we should research more, pay more attention to. The first one is that I'm worried that some countries are starting to rethink the tools that they have to provide for their own security. I'm thinking, for example, here about Brazil's renewed quest to get nuclear-powered submarines, and this is something that they have tried to get for a long, long time, but it seems that now, especially after AUKUS, it is needed to have these kind of tools to provide for their own security. So I wonder how much this rethinking of the tools that we need to provide for our own security would lead these countries to conclude that nukes might potentially be necessary, or nuclear-armed submarines, nuclear-powered submarines, depending on how we think about dual use, are potentially necessary to provide for our own security. And finally, this should also come as no surprise because the limits of safety, I'm worried about nuclear safety. And here, I think that developing countries see nuclear energy as a potentially sound investment. And the public in different developing countries also supports their governments getting access or having access to peaceful nuclear technology. Some countries like Argentina, for example, are even developing their own small modular reactors. So for the sake of being controversial, I am worried a little bit about a future where we have an expansion of nuclear use, especially when it comes to small modular reactors, coupled with a weakening of state capacities in different developing countries. I am from Mexico. There are a lot of different instances where someone that was using nuclear technology for medical reasons started trafficking a lot of that material, or how a lot of different people that were transporting different nuclear material to different power plants were not careful enough about what they were doing, and that created a lot of different nuclear accidents. And now, especially with the erosion of the state capacity, the increasing militarization of a lot of these different political regimes, together with the increasing violence with a lot of different, especially drug cartel-related violence, I am worried about the interconnections of all of those different dynamics. I don't want to sound like a Republican, so I'm going to say that I don't think it's that scary, but it could be a prospect, depending especially on how a small modular reactor is developed.
Thank you. Lauryn.
I'm Lauryn Sukin. I'm an assistant professor of international relations at the London School of Economics, and I'm also affiliated with the Carnegie Endowment and the Peace Research Center Prague. I have had the unique opportunity to spend quite a lot of time at Stanford. My PhD was with Scott in our political science department, and I had both a pre-doc and a postdoc at CISAC. I'll tell one short story about CISAC and the incredible role that it's played in my life and my scholarship, and then talk about the question here. So on the first day for fellows at CISAC, Scott has a thing that he likes to say, which is, being at Stanford is like being in a candy shop. Every day, there's so many incredible things that you could go do, and if you spend all your time doing that, you won't develop your own questions, but you should take advantage of the opportunity and go eat the candy. And for 6 years, that's what I did. And there was no candy that was sweeter for me than being at CISAC. And the reason for that is that in any room that I was in at CISAC, people were asking important questions. Someone from any field could present, and they were treated with kindness and respect, and they were encouraged to think about how what they could do would change the world. The thing that is the clearest to me as I sit here and look at this room is that CISAC has done that. The people here are a testament to the ways in which the organization has in fact changed the world. And for me, there's no one that embodies that more than Scott, who has had an incredible impact on my own desire to ask questions that matter and to do that in a way that is respectful and kind and curious. This is an incredible community and one that I'm so proud to be a part of. I'm going to talk now about the question of proliferation. I'll say 3 reasons why I think we are having this conversation today, give you some data from the project that Luis mentioned, and then wrap up by giving you a couple of potential solutions that I think can help address some of these problems. So there are lots of ways in which the United States and countries around the world have tried to curb proliferation, but I think there are emerging challenges with each of those techniques. A centerpiece for a long time of the non-proliferation regime has been the NPT, but we've seen a loss of faith in that institution as nuclear countries have failed to live up to their commitments, and as it becomes increasingly clear that this is potentially not a sustainable way to manage relations going forward. That's been coupled with a change in the use of non-proliferation tools. While sanctions may have at one point been a critical way to keep states from proliferating, these are largely ineffective against states that are not well embedded in the US-led international order, such as Iran, and against leaders that are populist or personalist who may not be susceptible to challenges to their integration in that order. As we see those become more poignant trends, both among US allies and US adversaries, the toolkit that the United States has to curb proliferation seems to be showing cracks. And the third element, the one that I'm writing my book about, are challenges in the extension of the US nuclear security umbrella. The US umbrella promises to its allies that they don't need to acquire their own nuclear weapons because they can rely on the protection of the United States. And traditionally, we've seen that the main challenge to that is questions about the reliability of the US. Will the US actually come to the aid of its allies? The book project that I'm writing argues that not only is this becoming increasingly a problem as the US shows inconsistency in its priorities, as it shifts away from Europe, as it has leaders who challenge the importance of its alliances, our allies are wondering whether or not the US will be able to maintain those promises of protection. And at the same time, there's a flip side to this story. If we look at proliferation programs in the past and increasingly the conversations that are happening today, part of the concern, I argue, is that there's a worry that the US may be too aggressive, that it may pursue policies that could drag Cold War allies into a conflict with the Soviet Union, that it could drag its East Asian allies today into a conflict with China. And those dual worries about abandonment and entrapment are there, and they underlie how the United States has tried to manage the nuclear order. Today, we're seeing pressures in both of those directions that make it much more challenging for American allies to maintain their non-proliferation promises. So as Luis mentioned, I am running a project, it's connected to my book project, where we've run a series of surveys, about 27,000 people around the world in 24 countries on 6 continents. And one of the things that we ask in this project is to look at public opinion. Would you approve if your government decided to acquire nuclear weapons? And we find that there is a growing trend of interest in proliferation. I'll give you now the list of countries where more than 50% of the population wants their government to acquire nuclear weapons. These countries include Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Indonesia, Taiwan, Nigeria, and of course, South Korea, where public support for proliferation has been around 72% now for quite a long time. In addition, we find 49% support for proliferation in Poland, and we were unable to run the survey in Iran. That is an expansive list of countries. And now some of you might be reacting by saying, oh, it's public opinion, what does it matter? What does this actually tell us about the problem? What I think is important to recognize is that the fact that countries are having this conversation, that we have former officials in Germany talking about proliferation, that Poland has raised yet again the question of a Euro deterrent, tell us that American allies and others question their commitment, or the commitment of great powers, including the United States, to maintain non-proliferation. That they are facing sharpening regional risks as countries like Russia, China, North Korea expand their nuclear arsenals and capabilities, and they're no longer confident in the tools of the non-proliferation regime to solve those problems. I think this is a pressing problem that we have to consider today. So what could we potentially do to solve that problem? Now, one component of this is to try to resolve those risks of alliances, to have improved commitments to and greater communication with allies, to strengthen our understanding of why countries are considering the nuclear option, and to better match the posture and preparations of the United States with those demands. The second element is one that we talked about earlier today, to use arms control and other tools to try to reduce the nuclear risk that countries face around the world. And the third is to, in some ways, rethink how we do nuclear deterrence, to emphasize that we are deterring nuclear threats. We're not making deterrent posture with nuclear threats. One of the takeaways, as we mentioned, from the war in Ukraine has been the potential of a requirement for states to have nuclear weapons in order to protect their own sovereignty. And it's imperative on us instead to demonstrate that the aggression that Russia has shown is unacceptable, and that true security does not require nuclear weapons, but instead requires strengthened alliances and a greater commitment to the liberal international order. We have to demonstrate that we can use conventional strength and coordination among democratic powers in order to protect these countries from nuclear threats that might otherwise emerge. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's see if we can get our polling information. Tell me states and then list what states. Some of you said US, Russia, China. Others said US, South Korea. Nuclear winter, no states left, so there'll be 0 nuclear weapon states. Iran, South Korea, Japan, Ukraine, Germany, 9 plus Iran, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, and Germany. More Ukraine. Taiwan. That's the first time Taiwan has appeared. One person listed 15, did not, 15 plus South Korea, Japan, Iran, and Saudi Arabia. 45, 13, 5, 7. So some people said there'd be fewer nuclear states. You know, there'd be some that would get rid of their nuclear weapons. Often that's talked about the UK and France potentially, or North Korea if there's a deal. 35, 22. John Mecklin will have nuclear weapons. So did you just put yourself down, or did the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, having gotten tired of the clock getting closer and closer, decides to get their own nuclear weapons? That's a creative solution, John. Okay, I think, is that the end? We got to the end of the poll. Okay. I endorse your comment about it's good to have good humor when discussing these serious topics. I'm not going to ask anyone here to identify your vote there, although you're free to do so. But I would like to start with questions and comments from the audience. Please feel free to identify where you are today and what your connection is to CISAC, and then pose your question or make a comment. And I'll have Steve first, and then let's see anybody on this side. Okay.
Thanks, Scott. I'm Steve Pfeiffer. I was a fellow, and I'm now an affiliate with CISAC.
And you were one of those young undergraduates doing the simulation when you were here in the 1970s or so.
My first experience at a nuclear arms negotiation was as deputy head of the Soviet delegation in '76, negotiating SALT II under Sid Drell, John Lewis, and Larry Weiler.
And tell the audience what your last position was in the State Department. Your ambassador. Your
ambassador to Ukraine.
Right.
And I helped negotiate the nuclear weapons out of Ukraine. My question, well, there's really two questions. One is, other than Francesca, nobody up on the panel specified a number. Francesca's number was for 2035. So could the panelists express a number for 2045? And then the second question is, we have this thing called an election in November. how much do you think that the outcome of that election might affect the number? When I look at somebody like Mr. Trump, who I fervently hope will not win the re-election, but somebody who my guess is would increase the number of US nuclear weapons, would raise serious doubts about the nuclear umbrella both to European and Asian allies, and probably doesn't care if other states require nuclear weapons.
Who'd like to answer Steve's question first?
I'll take a shot at it. So I'll start with the second part of the question first. How much does it matter what the outcome of the election is? I think there's good news and bad news here. For me, the good news first is that many of the concerns, I think, will exist regardless of who wins, which also means that the opportunity to resolve them will persist regardless of who wins this upcoming election. If we think about how the US has changed its strategy towards China, or the role of the United States in Europe, those are real questions moving forward for allies, regardless of whether or not there's a Democrat or a Republican in the White House. But resolving those is going to be partially about how bureaucracies that are maybe slightly more isolated from that decision-making act in response to those problems. Now, the bad news is that I think Trump in particular presents an opportunity for allies, adversaries, advocates in those nations to present a vision of the world that matches whatever their perception is. I came back recently from a trip in South Korea asking officials there why they supported developing nuclear weapons, and those who are trying to prevent South Korean nuclear proliferation, what they think will happen. Those who supported proliferation told me, if Trump is in office, this is great, we can proliferate, there won't be consequences, and it will work really well for South Korea. And those who argued against proliferation told me, if Trump is in office, this is great, there's no way he would tolerate a world in which South Korea had nuclear weapons, and that this will solve all of the problems. And the fact that both of those camps with totally different views can articulate a version of the world in which a Trump presidency is good for them means that we have to be quite concerned about what people will advance and which opportunities are going to win in that outcome. So the answer is, I think Trump exacerbates a lot of these considerations that we're talking about and presents opportunities for unpredictability in politics. The other part of the question is to predict how many countries we'll have. And I would say, although I gave you a list of lots of places where there's growing interest in proliferation, I think there are reasons why many of those states won't actually acquire nuclear weapons. And so I'll give a slightly more optimistic take, which is 12. So not as many as the countries that I've listed, but I do think in the next couple of decades, we'll see some countries who realize that they need nuclear weapons to protect themselves from growing regional threats in the absence of credible American protection.
Francesca.
Ambassador, it's always such a pleasure to see you. So first, I think, when I gave the number about 2035, I didn't want to go a decade beyond 2035 for one reason. I fundamentally believe that if the Koreans are going to be pushed to get nuclear weapons for Korean crisis and so on and so forth, the next one is going to be Japan. And the Koreans know this very, very well. We had a conversation with Koreans in a track 2 dialogue, and trust me, the deterrence that Japan actually operates over the Koreans' calculation, it's fascinating, right? And so I see that dyad really going one way or the other together. And that's why I thought, so for me, Korea is really the breakthrough point. But I have two considerations about Trump. For me, and here I speak as a European more than anything, I think the Europeans today look at Trump and ask a fundamental question. Is Trump constitutes a complete breakthrough from American political tradition? Or is this the new American political tradition? Is Trump the outlier? Or is Trump, in fact, the representation of what America intends to go in the 21st century? Because when I hear Bridge Colby telling me in a panel that it is inevitable for the United States to move away from Europe and choose Asia, then I'm thinking the issue is not Trump. The issue is that America has made a very fundamental choice that maybe has not been fully articulated in political terms, but you have chosen a very specific different foreign policy. And so for me, the first question is, I don't know how much Trump will actually make the difference because I don't know how much is this a continuity of a turn in American foreign policy or a breakthrough. And the second point I want to say, though, is something I've been thinking a lot about. I actually talked at STRATCOM about this. It was politically sensitive, and I understand, but I think what China is doing to us is is pushing for a fundamental strategic choice. It will come a point where the US will be forced to decide between strategic stability with China or protecting the allies. Right? There is only so much that you can stretch your security guarantees and remain credible. At some point, especially in Asia, I suppose, like the United States will have to decide whether proliferation could be acceptable, provided that your stability with China is guaranteed. Now, you might disagree with me on this, but I give you an example about the Washington Declaration. To me, the Washington Declaration, which was a really important tool, but has only put a fundamental, has been a temporary solution, right? It's something that will not solve necessarily the security calculations of the Koreans in the long term, right? And it might buy you some time. But the question to me is, buys you some time to do what? And that to me is what the Chinese are asking right now, is what relation are you going to prioritize? That becomes a really interesting calculation for me in the long term. And last point I want to say, Ambassador Pfeiffer, I actually wanted to invite you to my class if you can give a talk about Ukraine, but I'll talk to you offline.
Luis.
Hi, Steve. Great question. I think it will be 4 more. But I want to take the second point a little bit further. I was in Mexico, and I was interviewing the deputy person in the Mexican ministry working on non-proliferation. And I asked her if she was worried about the whole MAGA rhetoric of invading Mexico to stop drug trafficking and all of this. And she told me, no, I'm not. Trump is just the exacerbation of a lot of rhetoric that we have heard for years and years and years from the US about what is happening with Mexico. The difference now is that we need to get ready for whatever happens. And then just for the sake of being controversial with her, especially because she works a lot on the TPNW, I asked her, well, maybe latency could help prevent, a potential future Trump administration from trying to invade Mexico. And she was like, well, it's not about that. Because if something like that happens, we will need to support the non-proliferation regime without the US. And it will be about the strength of the regime without the main provider of the strength of that regime before. So I think it would come to seeing who takes that mantle later on, if we live in a scenario where the US is actually not interested in proliferation anymore.
Let me follow up on Steve Pfeiffer's question, because although we've talked about questions about the lessons of Ukraine, I don't think the lessons of the war in Ukraine are clear yet. And to me, the single most important factor that will determine whether there's future nuclear weapons, I would say 2 most important factors. One is whether Russia uses nuclear weapons in the war in Ukraine, and the second is what the results are. Because if Russia uses nuclear weapons and it ends the war in favor of Russia, because Ukraine collapses or Western support for Ukraine collapses, I think that will strongly encourage other countries to get nuclear weapons. If, on the other hand, Russia uses nuclear weapons and they are defeated because of conventional capabilities that have not come into play yet, but would, or at least have been threatened would, if Russia used nuclear weapons, that could have a very different outcome. So to me, it's interesting that we're focusing on individual countries' peacetime calculations, but it's a sign of how used we have gotten to there not being nuclear use, that didn't come up, even though I think that was incredibly risky in 2022 and maybe incredibly risky going forward. Comments, thoughts, disagreements?
Can I just also address the question and yours? Is that okay?
As long as you address mine too. But
no, I will, of course. Okay, so yeah, thank you for the question, Ambassador Pfeiffer, and thank you, Scott. An answer in 3 layers, very briefly. The first one simply is, I think you're asking us to make a long-term prediction about, essentially human behavior. And so here I would say, my answer is, I've read my Philip Tetlock, and so we're simply not capable of doing that well. So I will not predict, but the one bit I would bring is we can construct what we should not do to avoid producing a self-fulfilling prophecy. And I'm hoping that is not a prediction, but is somewhat interesting. So that's why, Scott's question about which relevant lessons are learned is key, and also whether the P5 or other continue to actively transfer technology, but also promote the desirability of the technology is key. Then the third layer is the imagined futures. We're talking about 20 years time span. And so I was just thinking, okay, what kind of events? There was one person who just said nuclear winter, no state left. But even short of that, there are many wild cards. We could think about a great power war. That would redistribute possibilities quite substantively. And I was also thinking, because Herb Lynn spoke earlier, and that's another book I read, from the moment when institutions in charge of nuclear weapons-related planning assume that nuclear weapons will become hackable, their value gets modified fundamentally. And I have no idea when or whether that would be conceivable, but that would change the calculation quite fundamentally. And just to get to Scott's point, I'm thinking about how lessons of the Cuban Missile Crisis were entrenched or not. And I thought, here we're having a kind of a rational discussion about if this outcome happens, then the correct lesson would be this. But what Cuba suggests is that different institutions with different priors have resisted lessons that they should have. So what matters is not what's the good lesson, but what matters is which lesson the institutions that are doing the planning will accept as valid for them.
Who has another question? There's somebody on this side of the room. Please.
Thanks. I'm Austin Cooper. I was a nuclear fellow at CISAC a couple of years back. So this morning, the comment was that the panel was almost named the death of arms control, and fortunately was not. What I'm hearing this afternoon sounds a little bit like the death of extended nuclear deterrence. And I was wondering if the panel cared to comment on that. I was particularly struck by, the notion that on the one hand, South Korea and Japan could be the first proliferation dominoes to fall, given, the convergence of U.S. security interests in that region. Also, Poland being part of NATO, right, which has a significant nuclear components. And I guess the so my question overall would be: is that in fact what you're describing? Is this the death of extended nuclear deterrence, at least as part of a non-proliferation agenda? The sub-question is, do you think that there are things that the U.S. could do or can do to, in this state of affairs, make those promises more credible? Or is extended nuclear deterrence something worth doing as part of our alliance commitments, or should we unbundle it, for example, right? For perhaps maintain conventional assurances, but perhaps withdraw or take the idea of nuclear retaliation off the table as part of an alliance commitment, if in fact it's not serving any non-proliferation objective.
Extended nuclear deterrence, alternatives, strengths, weaknesses?
So, Austin, I think your question speaks to a lot of really interesting dynamics. I would say I'm not talking about a death of extended deterrence, but more cracks in the existing foundations of extended deterrence. And by that, I mean that the reliability of US commitments, I think, are under question around the world, but at the same time, there are questions not just about whether or not the United States will defend its allies, but what are the policies that the US might be adopting that are too aggressive, too forward-leaning, too reckless, that might create questions for allies. I think we see this in particular in frontline states like Poland, who has to be worried in a very extreme way about whether or not the US would protect it if push came to shove, and also has to be worried about whether or not the US can maintain the caution that's prevented the war in Ukraine from spilling over. I think if we do see proliferation in the places you're talking about, Korea, Poland, and I'll make a comment on Japan in a second, that it isn't necessarily the case that that means those extended deterrence arrangements will go away so much as that they might shift to accommodate what would be a very different nuclear world. Now that's speculation to some degree, but certainly I think is part of the calculus for those in countries who are advocating for proliferation, the idea that it doesn't necessarily mean they have to fully give up their extended deterrence arrangements, but that they might look more like, say, the relationship between the United States and the UK or the United States and France. The comment briefly on Japan, while I agree that the possibility of South Korean proliferation could trigger a response in Japan, one of the things that I'm seeing in my work is that I think there's a bit of a shift in this conversation. The public opinion polling that I've been doing at least shows that the public in Japan is less and less interested in responsive proliferation if South Korea got nuclear weapons, although I do see support for responsive proliferation in places like Taiwan, where the nuclear question is maybe coming up again. And so I think as we see expanded cooperation between South Korea and Japan, that dynamic might be changing. Then the separate question here, the second sort of element is, can this be solved in some way? Does separating nuclear deterrence contribute to that solution? I do think it can be solved, right? I think part of the reason why we're seeing this conversation in Poland is because Poland wants to be more integrated into the nuclear planning group, and the other DCA states have resisted that, but allowing greater consultation, greater roles for Poland in nuclear planning is something that I think would solve many of the concerns that are there, that expanded cooperation can repair some of these cracks. And for that reason, I'll also say I don't think separating out the nuclear mission is a solution, and if anything, I think that we need more integration, more integrated deterrence. This goes back to the point I was making about deterrence of nuclear threats, not deterrence with nuclear threats. I think part of the solution is demonstrating that we can use conventional capabilities to solve nuclear problems, and that means having greater connections between those two types of forces, rather than siloing nuclear weapons as something that only a select club of states needs, or something that will help you with one particular security problem and not other problems. So I have some hope for extended nuclear deterrence, but I think we're at a nexus point where the United States in particular needs to think very carefully about what extended deterrence looks like moving forward as we see rising nuclear threats in a changing geopolitical space.
Francesca, I know you have a question.
Yeah, I wanted to connect to something that Rose said this morning. So, when we present these potential proliferators, I don't think we are yet in a time of crisis, but I think there is a sense of urgency and at the same time an opportunity. Because if you look at what is happening with proliferation risks, the three great powers today have something to lose in the proliferation game. The Russians don't want the Poles to proliferate. The Chinese don't want the Koreans to proliferate. The US does not want Iran to proliferate. And so that to me offers an opportunity. Because sure, you can go down the path of, race to the bottom and everyone using bargaining chips so that, if Iran gets the bomb, the US security and Israel security gets lower and I gain something in return. But at that point, you actually put yourself also at potential, threat of, maybe promoting proliferation somewhere else. And so to me, this historical moment offers great opportunity. None of these three can actually afford a proliferation crisis. Now, can they live with it? Probably yes. But each of them has something to lose. That, to me, is exactly the moment where you can actually get some serious diplomacy in and put something on the table. Now, I'm not hyper-ambitious about how far we can push it, but I think returning to a serious discussion about nuclear non-proliferation, and here I think, Ambassador Pfeiffer, I changed this, especially if Trump gets elected. Great powers have zero interest in seeing their power diffused. And the more nuclear weapons are spread around the world, and the less you are actually the great power, right? The only definitive power in the world. And so that has an element in common. She doesn't want to see his power diffused. Putin doesn't want his power diffused. So instead of talking about nuclear non-proliferation as a norm, and maybe we should really talk about nuclear non-proliferation as a strategic choice of great powers. And so reframing that in a strategic dialogue where you have a great power global compact of some sort, right? A grand bargain, I think would give a sense of unity, of vision for the system. Right now, the attempts, in my view, on nuclear non-proliferation are too scattered. Yes, you talk about nuclear non-proliferation, and then Russia withdraw from the CTBT, and then I think even from the non-nuclear weapon states, the impression is these countries have zero idea what they're doing, and this is not their priority right now. I think there is a way to bring this back because, in my view, there is an alignment of interest. That is not necessarily an extended nuclear deterrence, but it is, in effect, the proliferation crisis reduce the security of the three great powers, or can actually incentivize, a really cascade that might have impact. That, to me, is a great space where diplomacy can really do something interesting.
Very briefly.
Yeah.
You had a comment, Luis?
Very quick. Austin, great questions. I don't know if the domino and the death metaphors work, though. Because I think that for a lot of countries, even if deterrence stops working, they're not going to get nuclear weapons because they don't see nuclear weapons as something that they need to get their own security. And in terms of death of deterrence, I don't know. There is an official rejection of deterrence in a lot of different global south countries to the point that those diplomats won't even attend events that have the title or the word deterrence in the title. But then you have a lot of public understanding about how deterrence works. So you have that public push for maybe getting nuclear weapons if it is necessary to get them. So I think that instead of talking about the death of deterrence, we should keep talking about how or why these countries don't think that nuclear weapons are necessary to provide for their own security, and how do we keep reinforcing that calculus and that thinking.
There's a two-finger from Debbie Ball here, and then Deepak Das after that. Wait for your microphone. Here it comes.
Oh, thank you. Debbie Ball, I'm at Lawrence Livermore. Can you hear me?
Yes.
National Laboratory. I was here studying with David Holloway. You'll know my age because I wrote my dissertation on the Soviet military. But by the time I got to the lab, it was the Russian military. So that tells you something about it. And I'm at Lawrence Livermore because I used to attend Sid Drell's science brown bags, and John Harvey would come from the lab and told me to apply, and didn't know they accepted political scientists there. So, and I haven't left. I liked your question, and I just wanted, this is just a two-finger about, I think it was mentioned earlier that the U.S. is not giving sufficient attention to non-proliferation, if I heard you correctly, Francesca. And Vipin should really be answering this, but I thought the Washington Declaration of a year ago was really unprecedented, where the U.S. said, we'll send submarines and we will extend the nuclear deterrent umbrella very clearly should South Korea be attacked. The U.S. is also very involved with Japan. The president is coming to the United States, and the U.S. it's very delicate, balancing Japan's interests, South Korea interests, certain relations between the two. Vipin's there all the time. I have many colleagues at the Pentagon who are involved in the nuclear consultative group, so I do think non-proliferation is a priority for the Biden administration, and I think they've been very active in that regard. As far as not focusing on China, the national security strategy, national defense strategy, nuclear posture review, all focus on China and the threat of China, even more so than Russia. China was deemed the pacing threat. So if you didn't mind commenting, I think we have actually pivoted, even though that was used previously. I think as I see it. And then as far as a comment made earlier about the 2022 nuclear posture review, Colin can of course correct me. I think one of the reasons that they did not have a no first use policy, am I saying that right, for the 2022 is they were concerned about, again, proliferation. They were, the allies in Europe were concerned that if we had that, we wouldn't be, and then they would get their own nuclear weapons. Now, there might have been other reasons as well. So again, I think the Biden administration representatives, either previously or now, were actively supporting nonproliferation.
Do you agree or disagree? I think that's the question, or is the statement with the question afterwards.
I mean, for me, Debbie, and we had a couple of Biden senior officials coming to Balfour. They acknowledged themselves that there is a problem, or at least a little bit of a communication gap. Right? If you look from the European perspective or the Asian perspective, the Washington Declaration wasn't about nuclear non-proliferation. The Washington Declaration was to signal to China that we are here, we'll stay here, and we will contain you. And so where the perception in Washington is a nuclear non-proliferation instrument, which I agree with you, on the other side is perceived instead as strategic deterrence, as reinforcing that deterrence and containment strategy. And so I agree, I think that it's very difficult to say, especially in a contested environment, you can have both objectives, and one, the preventing proliferation, is in fact positive for both China and the United States. But I think this is where communication has to be very clear. And I have to tell you, when people look, for example, at the Biden administration record, and I agree with you, I think the Washington Declaration, as I said, I thought it was a really effective strategy. But then you look holistically at the nuclear non-proliferation. I know I'm opening a can of worms here, and I'm not going to win this argument. But you look, for example, at how the Biden administration has approached Iran. People think, well, if Biden really believes so much in nuclear non-proliferation, Biden could have actually rejoined the JCPOA in February 2021. Why didn't he do it? Why didn't he have to renegotiate? Of course, you and I understand perfectly there were political costs, there were imperfections in the JCPOA, and so on and so forth. But if you are a non-nuclear weapon state and you look from the other side, you think, well, it's obvious that the United States is way more interested in strategic deterrence and containment, and proliferation is subordinated to other questions. That, to me, and this is where diplomacy is so important, I cannot emphasize more. This is not the job of the Pentagon, it's not the job of the White House, it has to be the job also of the diplomats to clarify these goals. So I don't disagree with you in the analysis, but I have to tell you, I am in this track 2 dialogue with the Chinese. The way in which they read this stuff is exactly the opposite. Right, and I don't know how we can actually pass the message. Maybe there is a way in which we can be convincing on this, but I have to tell you, the way in which they've read this Washington Declaration certainly wasn't nuclear non-proliferation. It was a very, very deterrence messaging. And so there you have a question that has to be addressed, I think, with communication strategy. China pivots. Were you talking about the European perception that you guys have pivoted already towards China?
I was just referring to the three major U.S. national security. I thought you said previously the U.S. is more focused on Russia than China.
Oh, no.
I didn't hear you. I didn't understand that.
Debak.
Right. Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be back here. I'm Debak Das. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Denver at the Corbell School of International Studies. I was a pre-doc and a postdoc here at CISAC. And I'm sure you've heard a lot about how wonderful CISAC has been as a fellowship opportunity for many of us. But I was also here during the pandemic, when the pandemic hit. And I will just say that the kind of care and support that I received here from faculty, staff, and the leadership was unparalleled, and one felt really supported as one hid in a room in Mountain View trying to finish his dissertation as well as survive the pandemic. So thank you, CISAC, for that. All right. So this has been a fantastic panel. I wanted to ask you, we've talked a bit about more countries getting nuclear weapons and the dwindling power of the NPT. What I wanted to ask you was, how do you view the prospects of the TPNW in this context? In the next 10 to 15 years, will we see these states as being petulant, non-nuclear states just making a normative point? Or do you actually see these states providing leadership in multilateral arms control? Do they provide a model for what a non-US-led nuclear disarmament order might look like? Thank you.
So for the non-specialists, there are a couple in the room. The TPNW is the Treaty on the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which outlaws nuclear weapons possession, nuclear weapons use, and nuclear weapons efforts to get nuclear weapons. So how do you, on this panel, think about the effects of the TPNW on the long-term prospects of proliferation? Is it positive or negative? And why?
Luis, you want to
So I suppose I'll comment first, so that I think probably all of our panelists will have a lot to say here. The challenge, of course, with the TPNW is that the nuclear states are not part of the treaty banning their capabilities, and many of those countries' allies are also not part of the treaty. The survey work that I had mentioned earlier, and in particular the piece that I'm working on with Luis, shows robust public support around the world, including in nuclear states and in allies of nuclear weapons, for that treaty. And in that sense, I think one of the things that the treaty has done that is meaningful is to bolster a global norm around nonproliferation. And I think that that contributes in a meaningful way to that order. Is that enough on its own? I'm skeptical that that's the case, and I'm skeptical about other ways in which the TPNW might constrain behavior in the absence of those other signatories. But nevertheless, the history of the nonproliferation regime tells us that although the United States and the Soviet Union, now Russia, have been critical to the establishment and maintenance of that order, they didn't do that alone. And support from countries like Mexico, Brazil, South Africa has always been critical and will remain critical to that order.
Others?
I can go.
Everyone, okay. We'll keep going.
That's a very interesting question, David. And for a lot of, especially Global South TPNW supporters, the TPNW is just an extension of nuclear weapon-free zones. You have especially Mexican and Brazilian diplomats telling that explicitly. This is just the next evolution of nuclear weapon-free zones, is basically kind of the global iteration of that same mechanism. They recognize, though, that as was the case with nuclear weapon-free zones, the problem is the operationalization of the agreement, especially when it comes to verification. And as we know, the TPNW doesn't have a verification component to it. Now, though, there are efforts to try to create a kind of mechanism around it. If we follow the history, for example, of the Trio Tlatelolco, the same thing happened then. And Tlatelolco innovated by including the IAEA as a mechanism for verification. So I can see potentially, depending on how much these countries invest, in the strengthening of the TPNW, especially when it comes to actual verification. But it will depend on how much these countries want to invest in the creation of that adjacent architecture to make the TPNW actually functional.
Yeah, thanks, Debak. So I guess two reactions. I'm not a TPNW scholar, so I'll kind of broaden a little bit the envelope of what you asked. But I think what's at stake in the answer to your question is whether the requirement for security is going to be perceived as a negative security guarantee or a positive security guarantee. Because, you know, Luis and I earlier were saying that we need to avoid the assumption that there's a desire for nuclear weapons, but that desire creeps in another assumption, which is the assumption that if you don't want your own nuclear weapons, it's because you want nuclear protection from someone else. And this doesn't have to be the case. The question is whether, you know, you end up wanting negative security guarantees or positive. I'm thinking about studies on, you know, Norway refusing throughout the Cold War positive security guarantees on that count. The other idea, not necessarily directly effects of the treaty, but effects of the humanitarian initiative that goes with the treaty, is that it has allowed to emphasize forms of nuclear harm so far that change the narrative from nuclear harm is future if nuclear war or nuclear terrorism happen, down to nuclear harm is ongoing, and it's about global contamination, it's about the consequences of nuclear testing, and that could possibly change the perception of nuclear weapons and their consequences.
I'm going to give you a very unpopular answer. I think the TPNW has actually damaged the nuclear non-proliferation regime. And I so I'm going to share a story. So I work for CTBTO, and when the TPNW entered into force with the 55 states, and we had 164 around the table, and we were still not in force, then the question is, what is it you're doing, right? What went wrong? And let me just explain this. To me, negotiating a treaty that doesn't have a verification system and delegalize nuclear weapons, but doesn't verify, doesn't define compliance, doesn't define, basically, in my view, almost lower the value of what you're doing, right? And so to me, that was a step back. It was a step back also on another level. And I say this because it complicated the life of many of us who actually work on NPT and CTBT. There is only so much capacities to go around the table. If you are a diplomat in Ghana or in Benin or in Nigeria, you might have 1 or 2 officers that work on a portfolio of issues. You don't have 900 diplomats, right? So we have restricted the bandwidth of these countries to engage with specific questions. And he has also detracted, in my view, from an incredibly important role that many of the regional powers played, which was the bridge builder action, right? This idea of really negotiating with non-nuclear weapon states on areas where we could cooperate. Paradoxically, I thought the humanitarian campaign did more for both nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament than a treaty that doesn't have compliance. So to me, he actually put us back, quite frankly. And he has created a sense of cheapness around the issue, and I know I'm actually quite unfair with this. It has created a real concern, especially among treaty supporters like me, of incremental steps. They require a much more serious and thoughtful verification process, compliance system that asks countries to give up something and show. Joining a treaty doesn't have a compliance system, so I think the TPNW has not, for me at least, I don't see this as a gigantic contribution, to be honest.
One last question from the gentleman here, and then we'll wrap it up, so make your responses quite brief.
Maybe I can introduce a little bit of levity to the conversations. My name is Arthur Truger. I'm the founder of Berkeley International Capital. We put $2.2 billion into Silicon Valley and semiconductors, medical devices, telecommunications, in 250 companies. I've been fortunate in my career to do quite a lot overseas in the UK, Japan, and Australia. And I thought, you might be interested in a popular culture response to some of the discussions around Japan's future nuclear policy. The Asian editor of the Financial Times, Leo Lewis, wrote an article on the new movie Godzilla. And the first question was, what really is Godzilla in terms of nuclear thinking? In other words, what type of threat, does it really represent? And one is, in this movie, that it represents a nuclear threat. And there are 2 takeaways from that movie, 2 lines that sort of echoed with me. There are a lot of lines that echoed with me because it's a fantastic critique of Japanese decision-making in response to a problem. If you're on a long-haul flight, I strongly recommend it. But the 2 takeaways are, on the use of nuclear weapons, how long will Japan be a vassal state? And isn't this a decision that we need to make ourselves? The other 2 takeaways are, when Japan is forced to the wall, the army always comes to the rescue. And the other is that the Japanese army is always at its best when it's in the field. So I guess my question would be for some additional elaboration on, I think the South Korea-Japan linkage is an absolutely fascinating one. It's not one I've heard before. I think it makes sense both ways, that the South Koreans are hesitating and, how would the Japanese respond? But I'd love some more insight into that. What you think the likelihood is that the South Koreans would go. Does it really make sense for them? And then any insights you have on Japanese decision-making that, are certainly beyond my knowledge.
Quick response.
I'm a CISC donor. That's my connection.
So I'll give an answer that's about Godzilla, and hopefully that will help. So one of the things that I would urge you all to do is to watch the original Godzilla movie in Japanese and then the first Godzilla movie made in the US. And there's a key difference between them, right? In the original movie, Godzilla, if left alone, there never would have been a problem, right? He represents a new challenge that comes from the nuclear age, and it's the unfortunate interaction of the military with that problem that creates everything that happens after. If you respect history and culture, then everything would be fine. That's the lesson. And the American version of the movie, Godzilla is a monster, and it requires this huge response. You need to mobilize everyone and protect your cities. And I think this shows one of the things that has been enduringly true, that the view of nuclear weapons looks different depending on where you are. Although the strains that you mentioned, I think, do exist in Japan, we've also seen a strong reluctance to develop nuclear capabilities. That's enshrined in, of course, the Japanese constitution. And even the survey work, the interviews that I'm doing now shows that although Japan is between a rock and a hard place in its security, there are very few people who are seriously turning to proliferation as the option. And that is because Japan, or at least is partially because Japan has this terrible history with being the victim of the only use of nuclear weapons in warfare. The United States version of the movie, though, maybe tells us that the Western perspective has been different since 1945. And one of the dangers of tackling those nuclear threats with as much aggression as possible is that maybe it communicates the message that that is the only way to do things. And I think we should try to imagine perhaps other alternatives that wouldn't lead to the same types of monsters.
Let me just note that as your thesis advisor, it's good to know that you watch movies as well as reading so many books. And with that, thank you for the question. Thank you. Let's join me in thanking the panel.
Thank you so much, guys.